各位贵宾、各位长官，大家早安！会议即将开始，请大家尽速就座。那请记得把手机转为静音。然后这边大会再报告一次，由于收音的问题，请大家发言的时候举手发言，现场会有工作人员递麦克风，不要使用桌子上面的麦克风，谢谢。 Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 2026 Digital Innovation Shaping the Next Generation of Public Health Policy Conference. My name is Shannon Tong from the Medical Planning and Management Department of Tri-Service General Hospital, and it's my pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies today. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to each and every one of you. The conference will begin shortly, and before that, may I kindly remind everyone to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. The conference will begin shortly, and it will be our honor to welcome the Vice Minister of Health and Welfare and the Director of Medical Affairs Bureau, Ministry of National Defense, for the opening remarks. And following the opening remarks, we will take 3 photos. The first one will be a big smile, and the second one, we will appreciate a thumbs up with your right hand. And the third one will be our signature right arm up strength pose. And we still have some little time. Feel free to practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Vice Minister, Professor Zhuang, and the Director of the Medical Affairs Bureau, Ministry of National Defense. Welcome. It's now my great honor to invite Dr. Zhuang, Vice Minister of Health and Welfare, for the opening remarks. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, Director General Chen Yuanhao, President Lin Zhiyuan, Superintendent Cai Yiting, colleagues from the National Defense Medical College University and Chai Service General Hospital, and esteemed international expert and scholar, good morning. It is an honor to stand before you to the opening of 2026 Digital Innovation for Shaping the Next Generation of Public Health Policy Conference. On behalf of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all our participants, especially our esteemed guest speaker from Australia, the United Kingdom, Singapore, and Malaysia. With the rapid advance of artificial intelligence, Taiwan has incorporated AI into its public health policy as a powerful tool to support disease prevention, screening, and medical care. AI is being leveraged to optimize healthcare service, reduce workforce burden, and even utilize big data model to predict disease risks. The Ministry of Health and Welfare remains fully committed to building an ecosystem where digital health technology can be safely, ethically, and effectively deployed at scale. This aligns perfectly with our ongoing national strategy, including the Healthy Taiwan Project, which emphasizes leveraging sovereign AI and advanced data analytics to reduce health disparity and improve quality of life for all citizens. Throughout today's agenda, we will address critical questions that will define the next generation of our public health policy. First, AI in chronic disease management and population screening. We will hear foundational insight on whether AI can truly transform how we manage chronic conditions and how we evaluate the broader economy and societal value of AI in health screening. Second, implementation at scale. Moving a breeding AI tool from a clinical trial into large-scale national deployment requires strong frameworks. Singapore's experience in primary care, diabetes retinopathy screening, and our own national deployment strategy will offer invaluable roadmap. Third, data and clinical evidence as a safety net. The clinical deployment of tools like AI-ECG and community-based AI screening, such as the gastric cancer prevention initiative in the Mazu Island and oral cancer screening in the remote area of Hualien, prove that digital innovation is an incredible, the powerful vehicle for achieving health equity. To illustrate the power of these tools, we just witnessed a landmark case published in Nature Medicine last month in June 2026. A patient presenting to the emergency department with simple respiratory symptoms was initially treated for an asthma flare-up. However, an AI-ECG algorithm operating behind these scenes flagged the patient at high risk for underlying structural heart disease. The critical safety net directed promptly and speedy. Echocardiogram, catching advanced heart failure that ultimately led to a life-saving heart transplantation. This sentinel case reminds us electorally why we are here today, to discuss how we can transition this tool from isolated research success into institutional clinical workflow that save lives. In conclusion, innovation without integration cannot achieve public health impact. The clinical insight generated by our premier medical institution, such as the Tri-Service General Hospital, must seamlessly inform policy. Conversely, our public health policy must remain dynamic enough to foster technological breakthrough. I'm confident that the dialogue, research presentation, and international exchange taking place here today will help bridge this gap and shape the actionable framework for tomorrow. Once again, thank all the organizing teams for putting together this great event. I wish you all a highly productive, inspiring, and collaborative conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zhuang, for the inspiring remarks. May I now invite General Chen, Director of the Medical Affairs Bureau, Ministry of National Defense, for the opening remarks. Welcome.
Vice Minister Zhuang, President Lin, Superintendent Tsai, and distinguished speakers from Australia, from the United Kingdom, and honored guests, and our dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I am the Lieutenant General Chen, and Surgeon Generals of the Medical Welfare Bureau of the MND. On behalf of the MABs, it is my great honors to welcome all of you to the 2026 Digital Innovation Shaping the Next Generation Public Health Policy Conference. And here's at the National Defense Medical University. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the National Defense Medical University, Tri-Service General Hospital, and all the partners for making this important conference possible. Today's theme is timely and meaningful. Around the world, healthcare systems are facing the aging population, chronic disease, cancer prevention, healthcare inequality, and workforce pressure, climate-related challenges, and the growing needs for the resilience. These challenges remind us that the future of medicine cannot relate on the treatment after the disease occurred. We must move earlier, act faster, and reach further. From the hospital to the communities, from treatment to prevention, and from the individual care to population health. This is where digital innovation and AI can make real difference. At the same time, we are entering new eras of the global transforming. And the world is moving forward, low carbon develop, renewable energy, smart technologies, and more efficient use of resource. Semiconductor, AI, sensor, and the digital platform are not only the changing industrial, they are also changing healthcare. Therefore, the next generation of public health must be digital, green, resilient, and sustainable. Medical screening is the cornerstone of preventive medicine. However, screening alone is not enough. The true value of AI lies in connecting the screening with the risk prediction, clinical action, follow-up care, outcome evaluation, and health economic evidence. We must ask not only whether AI is accurate, but also whether it is useful, scalable, affordable, and energy efficient, and truly beneficial to patient, community, and the society. Today's program provides a clear roadmap. Professor Brian Oldenburg will discuss whether AI can transform chronic disease management. Professor Olivia Wu will help us examine the broader value of AI health technology in screening. Director Lin Jinsheng will share Taiwan's strategy. Director Li Jianzhang will share the Taiwan's strategy for large-scale AI health development. And also, the Associate Professor Daniel Ting will guide us through the latest development of the generation AI in health. So we are also pleased Professor Lin Jinsheng will share our Tri-Service General Hospital experience in AI clinical trial centered in AI-ECG evaluation. In the afternoon, all the speakers will further connect AI with primary care, cardiovascular screening, and gastric cancer prevention in Mazu, and oral cancer screening in remote Hualien, and health economic evidence of AI-ECG. Today, this topic from the complete value chain, from the screening to diagnosis, from the diagnosis to action, from action to outcome evaluation, and from the evidence to public health policy. Ladies and gentlemen, for the military medicine, this mission is especially meaningful. Our responsibility is not only to care for service members, but also to support the national health security, health resilience, the disaster preparedness, and the public health response. For many years, our military hospital system served remote communities and offshore islands through the medical screening and care. Moving forward, the AI and digital innovation will help us transform this experience to evidence and transform evidence to better policy. AI will not replace the heart of medicine, but it can help us to see earlier, decide better, reach further, use resources more wisely, and serve more people. Digital innovation should not only make healthcare smarter, it also makes healthcare further, greener, more resilient, and more sustainable. I sincerely hope today's conference will generate meaningful dialogues and practical cooperation and new pathway for further policy. And once again, thanks you all to distinguished speakers and moderators, organizers, and participants. I wish this conference great success and wish all of you a fruitful and inspiring day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the remarks. Please return to the seats. May we kindly ask everyone to remain seated as we take the group photo. Now for the first one, please look toward our photographer. Hands on your lap, smiles on the face, and on my count, 3, 2, 1. For the second photo, please keep your smiling, and we would like to have a thumbs up with your right hand, please. And on my count, 3, 2, 1. And now keep the smile and the right hand. Please make a fist and strike up. That's our signature power pose. Now 3, 2, 1. Thank you for your cooperation. And before we begin, we would like to briefly explain the timekeeping procedure. To help us keep the conference on schedule, our staff will display a time card when there are 4 minutes left, and the second card when there is 1 minute left. We will greatly appreciate your attention to these reminders. Thank you for understanding. And now please welcome our first moderator, Major General Zhi Yuanling, President of National Defense Medical University. Welcome.
Vice Minister Zhuang, Surgeon General Chen, Professor Oldenburg, Professor Wu, and all the distinguished speakers and the guests in this conference room and online. Good morning. Welcome to the 2026 Digital Innovation Shaping the Next Generation of Public Health Policy Conference here at the National Defense Medical University. On behalf of NDNU, it's my absolute pleasure and privilege to kick off our keynote presentation today. What we start our morning with a topic that is at the absolute forefront of modern medicine. Can AI really transform chronic disease management? To answer this question, we are incredibly fortunate to have a world-famous pioneer in public health and implementation science with us, all the way from Australia, Professor Brian Oldenburg. I would like to give a brief introduction about Professor Oldenburg. Professor Oldenburg is currently the professor and the head of the Public Health and Implementation Science Lab at the prestigious Baker Heart and Diabetic Institute in Melbourne. He also wears many other distinguished hats, including roles at La Trobe University and the Alfred Hospital. He earned his PhD from the University of New South Wales back in 1987, and over the last few decades, he has dedicated his career to a massive global challenge, taking clinical evidence about health behavior change and actually translating it into the real-world public policy and everyday healthcare practice. His brilliance in behavioral medicine, digital technology, and global health has earned him countless global accolades. Just last year, in 2025, he was recognized as a distinguished fellow by the International Society of Behavioral Medicine and received the Distinguished Research Scientist Award from the U.S. Society of Behavioral Medicine. So the topic of his presentation is, can AI really transform chronic disease management? So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Oldenburg.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your very kind introduction. And it's a wonderful pleasure and honor to be here today and to be invited to your wonderful country this week. This caused me to reflect that I first visited Taiwan at a public health meeting for the Asia Pacific Academic Consortium for Public Health, APAC, maybe 25 years ago, I think. And I've returned a number of times since then, and I've always been incredibly impressed by the quality of the research, but in public health and related fields. But what has really impressed me has been the implementation of so much of the research findings and just the reforms of your health system and finance systems and so on, which have really offered leadership and direction to many other countries in this region and the world. So this is the topic of my presentation for today, and perhaps I could add one phrase to the title, which is, can AI really transform chronic disease outcomes and improve health and well-being of populations? Because I think ultimately, as health professionals, health service administrators, bureaucrats, other people, this is ultimately why we do what we do, which is to make a difference to people's lives. I just wanted to share briefly a photo of my wonderful team in Melbourne, our lab team, which is a very mixed and diverse team of staff and students, but actually more than half the research and projects we conduct takes place in other countries in this region, throughout the Asia-Pacific region, in China and also in India, but also in sub-Saharan Africa. So many of our staff and students are located in those other countries and settings. So the health challenges, I think, have already been referred to in the introductory comments, that chronic diseases or chronic conditions are really impacting on all of our countries and societies, the broader society, the health system, the patients, the clients, their families and workplaces, right throughout our societies. Chronic diseases are very, very impactful and becoming more impactful over time. And one of the reasons they are becoming more impactful and more complex to deal with is because of rapidly aging population, which has already been referred to. Multimorbidity, the fact that all of these conditions are interlinked and interconnected with one another, which is what we call comorbidities or multimorbidity. Our health systems are challenged with fragmentation and disconnections and all of the connectivity challenges, not just digital connectivity, but connectivity in every conceivable way. And I'm sure we'll talk about that many times during today. The other issue, which I think deserves quite a bit of attention, and I'll come back to this later on in my presentation, is the fact that people who are dealing with and suffering, and their families with complex multi-morbid conditions, people who are becoming older like ourselves and frail and elderly and need all different kinds of care, is this very important intersection between the health system and the social care systems and the aged care systems. And I think this adds a whole additional layer of complexity to chronic disease management. This is not something that we can just do as healthcare providers, not just something that hospitals or healthcare institutions can manage, but we have to connect all the different systems and all the dots together, which for people dealing with an elderly relative, I'm sure many of you have experienced this is extremely, extremely challenging. And often our general practitioners and other health providers, we don't actually understand what all the dots and all the connections should be, and it's up to patients and elderly people to work this out for themselves. We should really do better, and we should be more helpful for people. I'll come back to that. And then we've got inequities and low trust, and I'm not specifically certain about the situation in Taiwan, but I can say definitely in the case of in Australia, we can track many of the challenges with trust and people's reduction of trust in the healthcare system, and in fact, governments more generally back to COVID. I think many of these issues were already beneath the surface then, but they came exploding to the surface during that time, and they have continued to be the case. So I think, looking at AI in that context and trust issues and so on, these also have to be front and centre for what we deal with. We can't just deal with these issues as an afterthought. And I suppose the other point I would make is that the healthcare systems that we have were generally designed and developed 40, 50 years ago, and are really challenged by long-term management of people with chronic conditions versus people just making episodic visits for acute kinds of healthcare issues. So this issue of continuous learning of people, the clients, the families, the systems, the health providers, the navigation and the support, all of these issues are really important. In fact, there was a very important report released in Australia by our government about 12 months ago, which really touched on many of these issues in relation to AI and digital technology. And what they really, really stressed in this report is the point I've already alluded to, that we have to now, for the next generation, with the kinds of health conditions that people are challenged with in a rapidly aging population and their healthcare providers, we have to do much better in linking social care with healthcare and that integration. And that requires structural and systematic attention at a societal level, a health system level, provider level, patients and families, all of those levels and all of those levels simultaneously. This is very challenging. In the work that we do in the field of sort of chronic care and chronic disease management, we find this model, the so-called Wagner model of chronic care, extremely helpful, because it really makes the point very, very cogently that we can only deal with chronic care if we have resources and policies, if we're providing self-management support systems, delivery system design, decision support, clinical information systems. All of these elements are important, and they're important for both us as health providers and health professionals in the systems in which we work, and the interaction with patients and the broader ecosystem in the community. So we use this model a lot in guiding our work and the research that we do. I should acknowledge that I was here just 18 months ago at the invitation of Professor John Lee here who John was a trainee of mine back at the University of Melbourne a number of years ago, and we've kept in touch since that time and collaborated a lot. And I came last year at his invitation, and it's wonderful to be back here today. And in that presentation, I talk more broadly about digital-enabled healthcare for chronic conditions, and today I'm more specifically focusing on AI. But I think it is important to just remember that AI is a tool that really catalyzes and leverages all of the technology, all of the digital technologies that we've already got. So it's helpful, it's important, it's a fantastic enabler. But what we're trying to do with what we're trying to do with AI is do better, more effectively, more at scale, with more people, at a more systemic level, what we've been trying to do for a number of years with all other different kinds of technology. So it's really building on an evidence base which now goes back 30 or 40 years with the different ways in which different kinds of technologies have been used. I also find it very helpful to think about what it is that we're trying to do with the technology. And while I think often with AI it's important and tempting to focus on what I could say are the low-hanging fruit in taking large amount of data, in the fields of radiology and retinal imaging for people with diabetes, doing for mammography, taking large amounts of data, reading data, trying to condense and all of that's really, really important. But I also want to sort of emphasize and acknowledge that there's many other applications as well. And one of the areas I'm going to focus on quite a bit today is related to the issue of patient education and self-management support. Because for me, what I think about, or what we think about a lot of the work that we do, is if we're going to make a difference to people's lives, people with chronic conditions, their families, their parents and others, how's the technology going to influence and touch those people? So all of these other different applications, if you like, the kind of end result is really how this impacts on the health and well-being of individuals. And clearly, AI can make a big difference to all of these. And over the last 5 years, for example, we've been doing a lot of work with conversational agents and been trying to keep up with exploding technology related to chatbots and conversational agents. And there's fantastic applications for conversational agents in all sorts of ways. But one of the ways which is really, really fantastic is how conversational agents can interact with patients, with people with chronic conditions in very human-like ways, do it very well, give people consistent messaging, give people advice, help people with education, help people with connections, navigation, etc. We published a paper in the diabetes journal, Diabetes Care, almost 2 years ago now, which has received quite a lot of attention, and it was a bit controversial at the time, I might say, with the title, because we said that the final frontier in diabetes care was implementing what we know. You know, what we know works. How do we implement that better, rather than often some of what we do as researchers is often we delight in inventing and developing new more things and innovations, rather than really supporting the implementation of what we know. And you know, that theme of implementation is one that's going to run through the rest of my presentation today. In fact, we have a follow-up paper to that previous one, just Impressed with Diabetes Care, which is now looking at implementation specifically in relation to technologies relevant to diabetes care, and in particular focusing on the rapid advances in AI and how they can really transform the treatment and management of people with both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. So I think I'm talking, or I don't think I'm even preaching. I think I'm talking to the converted here, so I don't think I need to tell you that AI has enormous potential to improve healthcare and health outcomes. But the potential will only be realised if AI can actually be integrated into routine clinical care. If it's just more research and more research, that might be making a difference to the lives of us as researchers. Might be helpful for our careers and advancement and so on, but it's not very helpful for people who are actually suffering from conditions. So how can AI really improve workflows, coordination, safety, patient experience, and those outcomes? And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about that today. But if we just focus on the technical performance, that's falling way short, because that's not going to lead to long-term implementation, sustainability and scalability necessarily. And ultimately, success needs to be measured by improvements in actual care delivery, the experience of people with chronic conditions and their families and support networks, and their outcomes. That, I think, is the value that we need to demonstrate. Again, I don't think I need to talk to this audience about the features or the different elements of AI. I think you're probably well aware of those, and I'm sure there'll be other speakers today who will be more informed about the technological and other aspects of these than I am. But for me, and maybe this is my most important slide today, is I think the holy grail is that we need to move from proof of concept, you know, and move to proof of value. You know, there's no point talking more about the potential. We actually, and I'll come back to this later on, but we need to demonstrate what is the real value in terms of, you know, what are the benefits for providers, health professionals, the system, but most importantly to people dealing with chronic conditions and their support networks. But, and I guess many of you will already be well aware of these, that you know, our current systems are really, you know, really struggling because, you know, we need data to train, test, use and monitor AI, and these are often not available or standardized at the moment. My impression is that in Taiwan, you have some wonderful progress here, and I suspect you're doing much better in this regard, for example, than my country of Australia. But the other thing we need to recognise is that it's not, we've got to get beyond thinking of one model for all people. You know, the models and the implementation of models and the systems for support are going to change across sites, across different populations, the issues of inequity, trust, and so on, and I'll come back to these more. So the practical priority, I think, is not just more models from research, but better data governance, infrastructure, implementation, and evaluation. Application of AI in chronic disease management. I've only got really 5 minutes to talk about this, which doesn't do it justice, but you know, there is a exploding evidence base here, which is important to understand. But the important thing is, I think, to comprehend that AI will transform healthcare if it can improve the care pathways, make a difference to care pathways, which move from the reactive to the proactive, move from the one-size-fits-all to more personalised care, and moves from complex workflows, which are very difficult for clients or patients and their family members to understand, to more automation of processes and systems. What does the evidence tell us? Well, the evidence tells us that for diabetes, you know, there's some really good evidence of some various ways in which AI can improve glycemic control, and demonstrating that these effects and benefits vary by different uses of AI, population follow-up duration. Similarly, for cardiovascular disease, we've done quite a lot of work in the area of heart failure, for example. AI can really catalyse workflow efficiencies, improve adherence, and really impact on decision support. In risk prediction, I think we've got some really good examples of risk prediction models, but the question with a risk prediction model is, does it actually make a difference to care and care outcomes, rather than a nice looking risk prediction model which makes me very happy as an epidemiologist and leads to a good publication, but it doesn't actually make a difference to care deliveries. That's still a big question and a challenge. So prediction by itself is not going to make a difference to anybody's lives. You know, it has to deliver value, and it has to lead to different clinical decisions, patient care, and an improved experience for patients. There's lots of examples now of how AI, particularly in areas related to cardiometabolic conditions like diabetes and heart disease, where we do a lot of our work, can improve clinical decision support, improve monitoring, patient engagement, care coordination. And there's now some nice examples of how AI can catalyse just not each of those individually, but together in a more integrated way, start to impact on care pathways. I haven't really got time to go through these slides, but just to say, you know, there's a really rapidly, I think one of the most impressive evidence-based areas in chronic disease management and AI making a difference across those different silos is in the field of particularly type 1 diabetes, and that's existed for a number of years, but now that's also extended to type 2 diabetes. Can really help personalised management, you know, personalised medicine for people with type 2 diabetes. I'm also very happy to make these slides available afterwards through the organisers if people would like these slides. In management of heart disease, I've just mentioned a number of the benefits there, and this slide just summarises some of the results of recent systematic reviews. Also being used in the diagnosis, prediction and management of metabolic syndrome, and that I've been working very closely with the Steno Diabetes Center in Copenhagen, which is one of the top diabetes clinical and research centers in the world, I would say. And they now are really incorporating the use of AI right across the care pathways for people with diabetes, from initial risk assessment, diagnosis, secondary prevention, risk reduction, right through the care management system. And most of their care, even for people who are high risk with complicated diabetes, most of the care is administered remotely and virtually, and most of their patients come in for in-person consultations maybe every 2 or 3 years. AI, this is an area I'd like to stress. I alluded to this in my introductory comments, that where I think a lot of the really important advances are going to be in the future is in the ways in which AI can help connect patients between services to access community services and supports. And there's wonderful examples of this around the world, and actually some of the most impressive examples are happening in those countries like India and South Africa, countries where there's real constraints on the health workforce. So they are using technology in extraordinarily innovative ways to help to provide services and supports to people and connections back to their communities. And in the UK, through the NHS system there, this is called social prescribing. So really health professionals helping support people to get to community and social supports and other services which can really help with the management of their complex conditions. We are currently conducting a very large 5-year program in Australia called Connect for Health, which is really mobilising a whole social prescribing AI sort of platform for people with chronic conditions, particularly heart disease and diabetes, and looking at how social prescribing and navigation and connection can really be catalysed by AI. And if anybody's interested in that area, I'd love to talk to you to build a collaborative program with colleagues in Taiwan. So, challenges. So, as I said right at the beginning, not much point demonstrating proof of concept if we can't demonstrate value, and we can only demonstrate value if we can integrate AI and the use of AI at scale into whole systems, healthcare systems, government, and so on. And that requires addressing the data issues, the clinical workflow, governance, performance issues, and I'm sure many other speakers today will be talking about these issues. If you look at what the evidence gap is for sort of chronic disease management across those various silos and not just doing one thing well, the evidence is actually pretty soft at the moment. We've got good evidence of proof of concept. Do we have good evidence of effectiveness, long-term management, and long-term value? Not so much, because most of the research is looking at developing kind of research models and testing proof of concept, or conducting small kind of clinical studies in single centres, but not at multiple centres and not at scale and not across a whole country. So these issues of governance, interoperability, workflow, integration, these are really important, because unless those are addressed, we're not going to get real world impact. Real world impact is going to come from implementation, integration, interoperability, scalability, and sustainability. Because AI, if we're in the AI bubble, we see AI as everything. But if you look at it from a systemic perspective, AI is just one component of a very complex health system. and a very complex society, and I'm saying the social system for many people is just as important as the health system. And, you know, it's the integration and the connectivity of all of those systems at the environmental, technical, and the sort of human levels. And I think we recognise these issues. I think we're still developing frameworks and models for addressing them. Finally, strategies and recommendations. Well, you know, we've got to get from technical integration to more socio-technical redesign of care and systems. And this is about fit, integration, governance and infrastructure, and human oversight of the AI systems, because obviously that's, in terms of trust, what many people in the population are really concerned about is who has oversight of the systems, who has oversight of the AI models and so on. And unless that's carefully explained and people understand that, that's really going to undermine trust. There are now some what I think are some pretty good models and frameworks for appropriate implementation of AI into healthcare, and this is one that we are starting to use, but I know there's other ones as well. So I think in my original training, university, I was trained as a social behavioural scientist before moving into medicine and epidemiology and so on. So I still find theories, models and frameworks can be really helpful to guide the development of roadmaps in this field. What's required for trustworthy AI in healthcare? Again, I'm sure there's going to be people speaking about this today, but I think we're learning a lot about this, but unfortunately, I think we're learning a lot about the trustworthiness of AI in a negative way about what we shouldn't do rather than what we can be doing in a more positive way before problems occur. Future research, I think, is important in this, but I think it's important to have a research agenda rather than just developing new AI models and applying in sort of proof of concept studies necessarily. So yeah, I think the research should shift more from proof of concept to really looking at impact, less emphasis on demonstrating new AI models and more emphasis on what I call real world effectiveness. So proof of concept to proof of value, I think, is really, really important. And I think that's going to be the agenda, I think, for the next 5 to 10 years, what we can actually demonstrate in terms of value. Because if we can demonstrate value, then obviously that's going to then gain much more support from government, from funding, from health systems, but most importantly from people in the population. Okay, so AI should be based on that scale of proving value and not just on demonstrating that we have a nice model, that seems to work well in a research or in one clinical system. So my final reflections in this presentation. Again, I just show this slide again to just sort of highlight that, and I'm a professor of implementation science, so of course I have to say this, but I think the challenge is in implementation, and the implementation at all levels of the system and in the broader society, and how we bring everybody with us, but in particular the support of patients and their families and the broader society. The key principles for AI in chronic disease management: 1, AI should be designed as a care pathway intervention and not as something that's standalone. If it's a standalone, that's like giving somebody an app to use for managing their diet because they have type 2 diabetes. Unless it links to their care, it's not going to make much of a difference and it's not going to be sustainable. 2, AI is most credible when it directly supports a defined clinical or operational decision or action. So we have clarity about what it is that the AI and what the model is supposed to be doing rather than sort of a haphazard approach. Thirdly, the strongest evidence to date for AI implementation related to chronic disease management, there's a lot of pretty compelling evidence for heart disease and diabetes management, but we now need to take it to scale and look at sustainable and system-wide implementation. A key emerging opportunity is linking clinical care with social needs via AI-enabled connections and navigation. I think this is very, very important. Successful implementation needs the various things that I've talked about: data quality, workflow integration, and clear governance and human oversight. And for chronic disease applications, need to build models around patient needs and care systems, rather than often as researchers we do what we think is important rather than what our patients and our clients are telling us are important. I'd like to, in closing, I'd like to acknowledge all of my collaborators over many years, and in particular for this presentation I'd like to acknowledge a public health trainee of ours, Tegestu Alumu, Senior Research Fellow Chris Lynch, and a new PhD student, Kai Wallen. So I'd like to acknowledge them, plus all of the funding I've received from the Australian government and others. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Oldenburg. I think what makes Professor Oldenburg's perspective so important for us today is his emphasis on implementation science. So, Professor Oldenburg, I have one question for you. We often see incredible AI algorithms that perform flawlessly in a controlled, respective study, but completely disrupt clinical workflow or face resistance from healthcare providers when deployed in the real world. From your experience with large-scale trial, what is the single biggest bright spot tech developer have when it comes to clinical implementation, and how do we fix it?
If I understand your question, it's what's my single most important suggestion for getting from kind of the research to the implementation?
Yes.
Yeah. That's sort of like a $100 million question, but I think actually starting with the patients. So for all of our projects now, we have very well developed consultation and advisory processes with people with these conditions and their family members and so on. And what we find from that process is often they tell us what's important to them, and it's kind of from that work that they keep telling us that for their care and support in the community, sure, their doctor is really important for their medications and for their clinical management, but so often the things that lead to their return to hospital and their readmission, it's got to do with social isolation, loneliness, they don't have children living near them, or their children live in the US or Australia or another country. So what can technology do for them that can help to kind of better connect them to other supports in the community that could help them, or at least make the health professionals more understanding and awareness, so that social prescribing, so that their medical and other health professionals are also able to give more advice and suggestions about connection in the community and how AI can do that. And we've now developed a technology platform for that called Connect for Health, which is a chatbot and conversational agent that can really connect people with those other resources. So that implementation aspect we found really useful. Thank you.
So we still have a few minutes. Any questions from the floor? Surgeon General Chen, please.
It's a very comprehensive topics, and they give a very, pretty practical concept for us. But one of the important things I want to ask, because the chronic disease management, I mean, for the large, broad management, we include a different working staff. So you tell us the how to prove the good concept, good values. The most important is how to implementation. And one of my question is how to not only to overcome the gaps analyzed. I mean the data's the correctly, but also the concept gap between all of the staff, because that we have a different knowledge background, a different trainee or different etc. So how we get all of these the different levels staffed to move the same aim within the AI integration, and also to make a good implementation. I think these are very big challenges, especially for our, we are the policy founder. We need to search the answer about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful comment and observation, because looking around the room at the average age, and particularly the average age of those who are closer to the front, in our training and background as health professionals, we were trained in very traditional ways, I think, and trained in delivering the kind of healthcare that was relevant, well, to our professors, which is now 50 years ago. So that's just, you're right. It requires a whole different approach and thinking. But that's why, in answer to your question about what could make a difference, I think if we listen to what our patients say and what they need, then that helps. I've found that very helpful for my own role as a clinician, because it's caused me to question the way I've practiced for many years, and it's made me realise that teamwork's much more important. I need to rely much more on allied health professionals, and often people like psychologists and social workers, they are absolutely critically important. But it's also prompted me to think more about, for example, the work we've done with people with heart failure, where preventable readmission to hospital, and I assume it's the same here, is the biggest single expense for cost for people with heart failure, and for many people it's a lot of readmissions. Is that if we want to reduce those admissions, it's not about changing the medication itself. It's got more to do with medication adherence and the supports at home and the factors that might be leading to fluid overload and so on. So that psychosocial dimension. Yeah, so how do we change? Well, then I think that also extends back into the education system and university training and so on, which I think is different now to what it was many years ago. So I don't think I've given a very easy answer to your question, but it's caused me to reflect on my own life and my own practice as a clinician, and some of the things which have caused me to change.
I think to follow this discussion, I'm sorry to take a couple of minutes, because we think about it. We are facing the world change, especially when you think of young kids. When they play iPhone or iPad, it's pretty easy to get in and integrate with all the screen, okay? So we think about probably the AI system will still be educated and reformed and be more available. But before that, we should make sure the data or the decision or information come from the AI system probably should be verification or verified by our real world system, and then educated and more affordable and more easy to let all the people to get in to use it. Before that, I think that.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's a very important point, that we have to look at the ways in which people are already using technology and smartphones and AI and apps and so on. That's going to inform how they will use technology for their healthcare management as well. Thank you.
Time is up, and we have to stick to the time regulation. So let's thanks Professor Oldenburg again, and let's move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, Professor Oldenburg and General Lin. Please remain on stage. And it is now an honor to invite General Lin to present the certificates of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, another applause, please. Now, please welcome the moderator of the second session, Professor Ting Tsai, Superintendent of Tri-Service General Hospital.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Tsai, Superintendent of Tri-Service General Hospital. It's my great honor to moderate this session as we advance towards smart healthcare and implement the next generation digital health platform. We face a critical challenge, demonstrating the clinical benefit and the cost effectiveness of this digital and AI solution. Securing market access and reimbursement from national health system is the definitive last mile for medical innovation. And it relies heavily on robust health technology assessment. To guide us through this complex landscape, we are privileged to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Olivia Wu. Professor Wu holds the William R. Lindsay Chair of Health Economics at the University of Glasgow and serves as a Program Director at the UK National Institute for Health and Care Research. In recognition of her exceptional academic impact, she was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh in 2025. As a global recognized authority in HTA, Professor Wu brings extensive practical expertise, including a 10-year tenure on the NICE Technology Principal Committee. Her pioneering work focuses on health economic modeling, advanced evidence synthesis, and real-world evidence to inform national healthcare policy, particularly in defining the value of digital health technologies. Today, Professor Wu will present her keynote address, Digital and AI Health Technologies in Screening, a broader lens on value. She will provide us with a rigorous framework to evaluate the long-term returns and the holistic value of AI systems in clinical screening. Please join me in welcoming Professor Olivia Wu.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's wonderful to be back to see colleagues and friends again. So digital and AI health technologies, there's a lot of expectation, there's a lot of optimism. Our Director General, you talked about, the future of health is digital and sustainable, and we want to shift our care from hospital to community, from treatment to prevention. That's exactly the same objectives we have in the UK. We all have the same ambition. And it was really great to hear, Vice Minister, you talk about the challenge to move research into adoption and implementation. And again, this is what we care a lot about. And I think, Brian, it's almost as if, I have asked you to prime you for it, from proof of concept to proof of implementation, proof of delivery. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. As a health economist, it's very pleasing to hear all these speakers this morning talking about value. This is what we need to establish. For a health system to invest in something, we need to make sure that it is value, not just from an economic perspective, but from benefits, health benefits for the patients, for the society. So this is what we're going to be talking about. So we are very excited about digital and AI health technologies. And it's understandable. I mean, look at this recent news article on the BBC website. My breast cancer was too small to be detected by human eye. It was found by AI. So the expectation of the benefit is not just to improve efficiency of our system, workflow, to be able to see more patients in a more timely manner. But in this particular context, AI is able to do something that humans cannot do. So AI is able to see and detect potential cancer risk that normally a radiographer human looking at images are not able to do. And that is exciting. So we can understand why there's so much expectation. Now, of course, alongside research, there has to be commitment to implement. And the UK government is making that investment. So this is our most recent health minister. So if you're following politics in the UK, we have a lot of prime ministers and health ministers at the moment. And this is our current health minister, James Murray. And he talked about an investment of £20 million to roll out AI in reading chest X-ray by 2029. And this covers both research and implementation. So within this £20 million, over £8 million has gone into research funding, funded by NIHR, the National Institute of Health and Care Research, to do further research on AI and digital health technologies, particularly in this context. So it is really important to have this whole system lined up, so that your developers are developing good technologies, and then we do research and evaluation to make sure that we're getting value out of these technologies. Then ultimately, there's a commitment to implement. And implementation requires a lot of effort. So Brian talked about all the multiple factors that go into thinking about implementation, but there's also a big financial investment as well. So the government needs to be committing to that. We talked a lot about evidence, and when we think about generating evidence, there's a whole range of evidence that's required for different purposes. So if you think about a typical technology, we require evidence that shows that there's a clinical association. It solves a real problem in health. Especially in AI and digital technologies, we want evidence on analytical performance, that it has good sensitivity, good specificity, good prediction value, and so on. We also want to make sure there's evidence on clinical performance. All this information would translate into genuine health outcomes, good outcomes for patients. We may also require other types of evidence to demonstrate value, so evidence of clinical value, showing that your solution has a measurable impact. So it's not just a statistical number, but it has genuinely meaningful impact on patients. So from a developer's perspective, we might want to think about financial value. So a developer wants to think about return of investment. If they're investing in research and development in a technology, and then they're able to sell it to the national health system or in the private sector, they want to make sure they have a return. We also want to think about operational value. We talked a lot about efficiencies and improvement in workflows with digital health. And then finally, experience value. Is it acceptable to patients and also to the health workers? How easy or how difficult is it to adopt the technology? So I was chatting to one of your colleagues this morning, and he was talking about their experience in implementing AI in cardiology here. And he said, well, it's working really, really well. But occasionally, our colleagues are saying, I'm getting too many messages. So So there are always trade-offs. So yes, we can see benefits, but then we have to deal with a lot of information coming in. Now, in the UK, if you want the NHS to consider adopting new technologies, then normally it goes through NICE, the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence. So in Taiwan, you have the CDE, Center for Drug Evaluation, for a long time. So you've been doing health technology assessment for a long time as well. Now, the health technology assessment framework has been designed to evaluate single technologies for defined patient population. So you're thinking about an individual patient in front of you, whether they'll benefit, and it's primarily designed to evaluate treatment or diagnostics. But when we think at a population health level, in the public health context, a lot of these technologies are designed beyond going a single patient. So diagnostics becomes potential for screening. Now then we need to think slightly differently in that context. So in the NICE technology assessment framework, when they think about digital and health technologies, these are the typical technologies that NICE expect to see. And it's split into 3 tiers according to potential risk. So it's defined as risk tiers. So at the bottom, tier A, are technologies that are considered to be of minimum risk. So these are technologies that are intended to improve workflow. It's not supposed to impact on patient outcomes, but it's supposed to make work more efficient. So potentially, it could produce cost savings, it could release staff time. So that's tier A technology. Now, tier B technology are those technology that are intended for patients or individuals to manage their own health. So if you think about health apps that give you information to help you live better, to have better lifestyle, those are tier B interventions. Now, tier C are the interventions that require the most attention. So tier C interventions are those for treating or diagnosing conditions and actually guiding care choice. So those technologies are expected to have a direct impact on patients, and we want them to improve patient outcomes. So these are medical devices, diagnostics, and so on. So they require the highest level of evidence. So in terms of evidence requirements for us to think about whether our health systems should be adopting these new technologies, we think about it according to these tiers. So if it's a technology for tier A, the evidence requirement is less. If it's tier C, then we require the most comprehensive evidence showing both health benefits and cost effectiveness. Now, screening is different. So if you have a digital or AI health technology that's intended for screening purposes, the decision is not made by NICE. The decision is made by the UK National Screening Committee. And they think about screening at a population health level. And the way that they assess whether something is worth investing in is closer to what we think about public health interventions. So they have similar criteria, but they're not quite the same. So it's important to think about that. Now, when we think about AI and digital health technologies for both diagnostic and screening tests, they may look very similar. So it may even be the same technology that's being used for diagnostic, and also then to think about using it at a population screening level. But when we think about evidence and articulating value, it is not the same. We're asking different questions in these different contexts. So the core differences between diagnostic testing and screening, I've summarized as follows. So for a diagnostic test, typically you're targeting the test towards somebody who's got symptoms. So for instance, a patient who may have a persistent cough, you might suspect that that he may have tuberculosis, or a female patient with a lump in their breast. So you want to perform diagnostic test. So it's patients with specific symptoms, and you already suspect that there's an underlying clinical condition. So the probability of a disease is high when you test a patient, and the test is to answer the question whether the existing clinical condition, whether your suspicion of a clinical condition is true. And it is an individual level decision. Whereas screening is at a population level. You're screening people who are normally well without symptoms. They feel healthy. They don't feel that they're unwell. And there's no specific reason to suspect that they have a particular disease. So the prior probability of the disease before screening is actually quite low at a population level. And once screened, you may identify patients who are at high risk or with symptoms, with signs, to recall for further investigation, and the decision is made at a population level. So you're asking different questions when you think about diagnosis and diagnostic testing and screening. Now, the other thing it's important to remember is the numbers matter. So as a health economist, I'm a numbers person. So bear with me on this. So if you have the same technology, a diagnostic technology that you can use for diagnostics or for screening, it's got high sensitivity, so 95% sensitivity, and high specificity, 95% specificity. So it looks quite good, right, on paper. If you think about it in a diagnostic context, if you have a pre-test probability of 20% having a disease, so if you apply this test to 1,000 people, you expect 200 of the patients will show up with the disease. And if you have a test that has 95% sensitivity, that will give you 190 true positive out of 1,000 patients. Now, with a 95% specificity, so out of the 800 patients who are not likely to have a disease, they will give you 40 positives, but they're false positives. And this gives you a positive prediction value of 83%, which basically says out of 4 out of 5, roughly, of the patients you test will have a true positive. So it's worthwhile. It's probably quite a good test. But if you think about it in the screening context, the probability of disease is much lower at a population level. So let's say it's 1%. So out of 1,000 people you screen, you have 10 people with the disease. Now, 95% sensitivity will give you 9.5 true positives, maybe about 10 people with true positives, and it will give you 50 false positive. So your positive prediction value is at 16%, much lower than when you use this in a diagnostic test setting. So 1 out of 6 will give you a true positive result. And most of the positives that you get from your screening are actually false positives. It's the same test. It's still probably quite a good test, but in different contexts, the value will be different. So it's really important to think about this difference. So in addition to that, when we think about screening and testing, we need to think about the whole pathway, and I think Brian touched on that. It's not just a single point interaction. So typically in treatment intervention, you give your patient a treatment through mechanism of action or some biological effect. You expect it will change outcome, ideally give you a good outcome. But in screening, there's a whole pathway. You screen, you identify the patients, and then you recall them. And then you confirm the diagnosis, you apply treatment, and then you'll have an outcome. So it is a much longer pathway. So it's really important when we think about value, we capture all these elements along the pathway, or else we're not going to see the complete picture. So let's think about breast cancer screening, because this is a very active area. As I show you at the beginning with our news article, the use of AI in mammography is something that we're really exploring at the moment. So in the UK, about 2 million women are invited for breast screening every year. So women who are above 50 years old, and they are screened every 3 years. Now, each image from the screening is read independently by 2 radiologists. And if they disagree, then a 3rd radiologist will be invited to come along to arbitrate, to make a decision. So it is resource intensive. And we have a shortage of good radiologists in the UK, so there is a huge worry that the screening program is beginning to show there's a lag. So some women may actually not be called within the 3 years. So this is a big, real problem that we need to solve. So with the advancement of AI, what we're hoping, and the proposition here is, AI could potentially replace our radiologists, or it could be used alongside our radiologist to read these breast screening scans. And the pitch from the developers are, it will be faster, it will be cheaper, there will be no fatigue because humans reading through lots of images will get fatigue, and it will be scalable. We can do this at a national level. So this is the value proposition. And this is what we need to work out. We need to generate evidence to work out whether it is true that AI can potentially replace humans or work alongside humans to give us all these benefits. But then the additional question is, are there any potential harms as well? So we need to think about that. So far, there's been a lot of evidence generated in this area. And so most published evidence are on sensitivity and specificity. We look at the area under curve to benchmark against radiologist reads. So how good is AI against human? So we get a number, we get percentage on sensitivity, specificity, and we get a value on the area under curve. But these studies, although they're very useful to tell us that whether AI has accuracy benchmarks against radiologists, it doesn't actually tell us whether it changes outcomes. So that's only one part of the pathway that's telling us. Now, the other challenge in these kind of study is benchmarked against humans. So AI can never be better than human in these studies, which is actually quite interesting. And also, who do you benchmark against? Do you benchmark this against your best radiologist, or do you benchmark this against your worst radiologist? And so, because in reality, you have good radiologists and you've got radiologists who are quite fatigued and who might not be performing as well. So how do you, what is the benchmark? What is the comparator here? So there's been several tools that's been used to compare it to a single human reader. There's been studies on that. And some studies suggest that using AI is non-inferior to double reading when you have two radiologists reading the image. So they produce very similar results. So the results have been quite mixed. Now, as I said before, detection doesn't immediately mean benefit. So just because you can see, you can detect potential risk for cancer, but it doesn't mean that you are immediately improving cancer outcomes. So these studies at the moment are quite limited in that sense. Now, there's always a worry of overdiagnosis. So if you end up picking up too many for recall and treatment, you may actually introduce harm as well. So some analysis suggests that a proportion of screen detected breast cancers are actually overdiagnosis. So that's the harm that we need to build into our evaluation. So we think about the pathway. A positive screen may lead to recall and then biopsy. If it's a true positive, it is justified. But if it's a false positive, then you're actually creating harm for patients. And this is why it's really important for us to think about the true positives and the false positives and the whole pathway. The other thing we need to think about is equity. So there's a lot of concerns about access to digital and health interventions. We talked earlier about whether the population is equipped to interact with these technologies. But also, if we think about how the data are being trained, how we generate evidence in this area, there's also some concern for equity, because a lot of the training data sets that the AI is trained on are primarily on a very homogeneous population. So they may not be as accurate in a diverse population, in people whose data are less likely to be captured. In the UK, for instance, our national data sets are actually not very good at collecting data on ethnicity. So we know that there are certain ethnic minorities who don't always feature in our data sets. In this specific example, mammographic density, so that breast density varies by ethnicity and age. So some tools are performing better than others in women with dense breasts who are at high risk of breast cancer. So again, is your AI tool being trained on enough women with dense breasts in order to give us accurate prediction? And so when we think about value, when we generate evidence, we always think about it as an average of a population level. We're missing a lot of information. So when it comes to screening problems, we really need to think about equity, all these potential subgroups that may have differential benefits or harm when using certain technologies. So the evidence that we need on effectiveness, what is needed is randomized control trials to programs with AI compared to programs without. Now, I do a lot of randomized control trials. I'm a huge advocate for it. But I'm also very mindful that in this context, in digital health and AI, and in population screening, it is very difficult to do randomized control trial. It's very expensive, and there are a lot of challenges in doing trials in this setting. So it may not be a realistic ask. What we also always want is data that has long follow-up, because we want to know about the impact on outcomes. Does it actually improve patients' life? Does it extend life? Does it improve quality of life? Not just on diagnostic outcomes, not just on cancer detection rate, recall rates, and so on. We actually want data on firm outcomes. But these are all very difficult to get. So what we typically end up getting is studies on detection rate, recall rate, performance, and with very short follow-up, and on a surrogate outcomes. And we need to then work out how to then translate that evidence into outcomes, into value. So it's very challenging in this area. So in the breast cancer example, we had this study, Screen Trust CAD trial, that actually was done in a large number of women. And what this study tells us is that it is feasible to implement AI in the clinical setting. But again, it's only one part of the picture. And then following this, back to this example, and this example is actually results from a study called the Gemini trial that's funded in the UK, that's testing the use of AI in chest X-ray in the NHS setting. So it's thinking about what will it look like in implementing in a real clinical setting, and what are the challenges. Now, this trial gives us data to show that it is implementable in the real setting, and potentially we can see improvements in the workflow. So potentially more than 10% with the use of AI, improvement in breast cancer detection. But then what does it mean at scale? So currently, we're funding this huge study, the EDITH trial in the UK, and it's comparing 3 arms. The control arm is standard care with 2 readers. The first arm, intervention arm, is AI replacing one of the radiologist and radiographer. And then the second arm is comparing using AI to triage, so a more kind of sophisticated use of AI in a complex system. This trial is costing us £11 million. This is how much it costs to do a trial at this scale. So it is, so I'm very mindful that, not all AI and digital interventions can have this level of investment. But if you want to answer the screening question, this is exactly what you need to do. And we can't do it for everything, unfortunately. So just a little bit on health economics. So when we think about value, generating value compared to the standard health technology assessment, in terms of screening, as I said earlier, we're thinking beyond the single person. We're thinking about the whole health system. We're thinking about who benefits. And then screening is at a population level. So we also need to think about false positive, overdiagnosis, the anxiety that this will lead, this can cause. Now, the comparator is always quite challenging. So in standard health technology assessment, it could be standard care or an existing treatment. But in the screening environment, it could be no screening because we're not currently doing it. So the comparator becomes quite difficult to articulate. In terms of outcome, I've touched on that already. We want real clinical outcomes, and so that we can do we can model and determine cost effectiveness. But again, that requires a lot of investment and a lot of energy. And the decision maker ultimately is different. So NICE compared to the National Screening Committee. Now, in terms of cost effectiveness in health technology assessment, we've traded off quality of adjusted life year against cost. So in the UK, we have a threshold that if it is below £20,000 per quality adjusted life year gained, then we consider it cost effective. So you can ask for more money, but you need to give us more benefit, essentially. This is what we're trying to understand. Now, the difficulty with the cost utility framework is that we're only thinking about benefits expressed as quality adjusted life years. That is useful, but it's very limited. It doesn't help us take into account all the potential challenges with false positives, such as anxiety, procedural discomfort when you're asked back to go for screening. So there are a lot of elements that don't feed into the cost utility framework that's really relevant to screening that we don't think about. So equity is another big element that's not currently easily fed into the cost utility framework. So for screening, the evidence and cost effectiveness, what we want to make sure that we have the right comparator. And in AI and digital health interventions, it could be double reading, replacing one of your radiologists, replacing both of them, or using AI to triage. We need to think about the full pathway, not just whether it has a higher diagnostic value, but whether it does impact real outcomes. We need to think about the true positives and false positives separately because they have different impact on patients. Overdiagnosis is really important. It's rarely explicitly modeled or considered in evidence, in any kind of evidence evaluation. And also, we need to think about implementation cost. And this is not something that's typically think about in health technology assessment because it's designed for drug treatment. So people don't think about actually a cost to implement. And we need to think about this at a systems level. So what we need is really to apply a broader lens on the evidence that we ask for, not just clinical evidence, but cost effectiveness evidence, on modeling, and also on incorporating equity and how we define value. So simply using an incrementing cost effectiveness ratio is far too limiting. And we need to think about how we trade off different outcomes on articulating value. So one thing that I want to flag before at the end of my talk is not just evidence, it is not just evaluations that's difficult, there's political pressure as well with using digital and AI tools in screening. Prostate cancer screening in the UK, hotly debated. The National Screening Committee has recommended that it is not generating enough value for us to adopt it at a national level. The trade-off between benefits and harm is not quite working out. So we need more evidence in order to change this decision. And at the moment, the current evidence suggests that it produced more harm than positive value. And of course, after that, we have headlines like this: prostate cancer victims betrayed by screening chiefs. So a lot of pressure from both the political side and also from the lay press. So it is something that we'll need to be thinking about going forward. So overall, I think my message is very consistent with our speakers this morning. In order to really evaluate the value of these technologies and interventions, we need to adopt a broader lens. With the health technology assessment framework that we've used for drug treatments, for diagnostic tests, is good, but is not sufficient for the screening context. We need to be able to see the complete picture. Thank you.
Thank you. So we still have a couple minutes. So do we have any question from our floor? Please, General Chen.
Talks. Well, it reminds me, I was thinking about it a couple of years ago, the movie star Angelina Jolie. Because his background, genetic background, so he received prophylactic mastectomy. And your pictures just let us know that we are looking forward to more corrective screening, because the overdiagnosis, just like these things, we want to happen again. Because it was related to a lot of people, a population without any symptoms and getting anxieties and looking forward to another. Probably will induce another big problem for the ethics and, psychologist problems. So for us, I think that you're right with to adapt the broader lens. What we think about is that at the moment, I'm not really at a question, but because we are thinking about that. We are looking forward to good AI to use the tools, including the good data and algorithm, and also the calculation or computerizing capacities. All of this we have different, staff or like the funding, like people or the IT, technology, etc. But we think about this: if the AI improves, finally, at the moment, I think at the moment, I will ask questions. Could AI be challenged? Is that all right or not? Just that you mentioned about that the overdiagnosis, you look like that the false positives are pretty high there. Maybe we strive to do our best to let this declines. But finally, if just like you mentioned that you have a control arm one is one AI, one radiologist, I'm very, to look forward to the result. If the result is yes, so it means that, does it mean that radiology be replaced by AI? Or we need to find a new job for radiologists, something like that. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Yeah, are there any radiologists in the audience who are getting a bit stressed and sweaty thinking, well, the way that we're using AI, we're looking at AI at the moment, as far as I can see, is always having human in the loop. And I think, personally, I don't think it's a limitation of AI, but I think it's what Brian said, is trust. And removing human completely out of loop, I don't think we're ready for that yet. But the other thing is that the evidence generated at the moment, they're all benchmarked against humans. So AI can be as good as human, but not better than human. So I mean, it's evolving. So, one thing we talk about in the evaluation of AI is AI will evolve. Even if you make a decision now, AI will continue to evolve. There'll be next versions and next versions. What are we going to do about that? So in terms of how we determine value, it's not a single time point. We need to have it in a continuous cycle. But one interesting conversation I had recently with one of my colleagues, he said, well, do you know, these AI tools are developed on these really good data to show they're really good. But then if we use it in our practice, and actually our data are not as good and our people are more diverse, AI, the effectiveness of AI might decline over time because it's no longer being created in this perfect setting. So it could go in either direction. But yes, it is dynamic. So it is something that we need to think about continuously monitoring. But I think the challenge is the decision-making part. What will make you change your decision? So what will make you go from a no to a yes? And what will make you go from a yes to no? And then the other challenge is, if you have something in the system, and then with additional evidence, you realize that actually it's not giving you the value you want, how do you take it out of the system? So yes, I'm afraid I'm giving you more questions than answers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for Professor Olivia comprehensive speech. Because of the time limit, I have to close the session. So if our audience has any question, please don't hesitate to contact Professor Olivia after this session. Thank you for your join. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor Wu and Professor Tsai. Now, please remain on stage. Dr. Tsai will present the Appreciation Award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause. We will now take a 20-minute coffee break. Refreshments are available just outside, so please enjoy the break, and we will resume the program at 10:55. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the third session will be starting shortly. Please ready to be seated. And please remember to switch your phone to mute mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please ready to be seated and remember to turn your phone to mute mode. Thank you. And now, please welcome the moderator, Professor Jing-Shen Lin, Deputy Superintendent, TSGH. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, dear my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our speaker, the Director and Professor Li Jianzhang. Professor Li currently serves as the Director of the Department of Information Management at the Ministry of Health and Welfare, Taiwan. He is also an expert panel member of the WHO Digital Public Health Infrastructure Committee and a professor in the Department of Emergency Medicine at the National Taiwan University Hospital. Professor Lin has extensive experience in emergency medicine, health quality management, evidence-based medicine, big data analysis, and artificial intelligence, bioinformatics, and health economics. With his unique background, bringing clinical medicine, health policy, digital infrastructure, and artificial intelligence, Professor Li is one of the leading experts in Taiwan's digital health transformation. Today, he will share us with his insight on implementation strategy for large-scale AI healthcare deployment in Taiwan. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Li Jianzhang.
Okay, so thank you for the Professor Lin's kind words. We are longtime good friends, and also it's my honor to have all of you here, and also welcome all the distinguished scholars from international. Okay, so today I was given a very large topic that how to to the national level implementation of the AI. We know that there are several AI applications in the different medical centers, but very, very few of them can be deployed and implemented at a national scale. So this is also my mission and my job, that I have to create infrastructures to help the AI that can be implemented in the at the national levels. So today I will propose about 8 strategies to help the individual AI can be implemented at the national scales. So these 8 strategies actually are actively implemented in Taiwan. So the first strategy is most of our AI actually are produced from single or few centers data. So to be implemented at a national scale, the first thing is that you have to prove your AI is the generalizability of AI actually can be fit the population demographics. So this is the common approach that we use to approve your AI. So if you want to build an AI for the diabetic retinopathy, the first thing is that you collect typical cases and typical healthy cases. So that we call the case control approach. So when you show that the models have very good performance at your lab, then you apply the FDA. Then FDA will probably ask you to have 3 independent data sets. But those data sets are also the case and controls, the format. So even you get the TFDA approval, that does not guarantee that your AI can be widely applied in our real-world settings. Because in the real-world settings, the patient spec is a full spectrum. It is not only the typical cases and typical controls. For example, for the retinopathy, you also have hypertensive retinopathy. You have retinal detachment. You have people with different ethnic backgrounds. So in the real-world practice, if you want to use your AI algorithm to correctly recognize the diabetic retinopathies, you need to prove that even in this full spectrum population-based data, your model is still performing very well. But the difficulty is that not only the hospital, but also the industry cannot get this kind of population-based data to validate or enhance their models. So this is our government's role. So we sponsored 4 external validation centers across Taiwan. So Tri-Service General Hospital is one of the centers. So our design is that you need to form a hospital alliance in these 4 leading centers. So the hospital alliance should not only include the medical centers, it will cause digital inequalities. So you have to include hospitals from different levels. So non-teaching hospitals, community hospitals, different system hospitals should be included in your hospital alliances, so that you can form a multi-center data that is representative of Taiwanese populations. So our government sponsors these 4 centers. So in total, there's about 16 hospitals currently in the 4 hospitals and in the 4 external validation centers. So for these 4 centers, we require them to do 3 major things. The first thing is that they need to have a joint steering committees and joint ethical committees so that they can manage the multi-center data. The second thing is that because different hospitals use different heats, so we require that this hospital use FHIR as the standard to harmonize the data across different hospitals. So for these 4 centers, they all have the FHIR data lake that is collect data from different level and different system of hospitals. And the last things we require them to do is that they need to build an infrastructure called the federated learning platforms. Because we know that not all of the AI models should use the data pooling strategies. Some of the AI models, they have very homogeneous data across different hospitals. They can use the federated learning approaches. But if you want to do the federated learning, you need to have a software platform. And also you need to equip every center with GPU computers. So we require that these 4 alliances to have their own federated learning platforms in their hospital alliance. So this is the unique clinical AI validation center in Taiwan. So they are open to not only the academia, but also to the industry. So everyone, you have a very good model from your lab. You want to get TFDA approvals, you can apply, get the quotation from these centers. So the process is like this. So you have a very good models that publish in the NPJ Digital Medicines with very good performance. So you want to commercialize it. So the first thing is that you go to the TFDA. The TFDA will have a consulting team to let you know that their expectation of your models, because they can search the literature for the reference models to give you their expectation on the accuracy or the subgroup populations they want to see. So you get the TFDA's expectations, you can get that advice to one of the 4 centers. And these 4 centers will design the validation project for you and help you collect the sufficient data that meet the expectation of TFDA. Then if you agree with the center's quotation and design, you can sign contract and start the validation process. And most of the time, in our experience, once you do this kind of a multi-center data validation, your performance is usually suboptimal because the single or few center models are always overfittings. So at these situations, these 4 centers will also provide 10 to 15% of the identified data to help you enhance your models. So once your model enhanced, fine-tuned, and got a good performance in the independent data set, you can prepare the materials required for the TFDA applications together with the centers and accelerate the process of TFDA approvals. So this forms a closed cycles for TFDA approval in Taiwan. So I will use the Tri-Service Hospital as examples to show that although there's lots of public opinions that industry do not have sufficient data to develop the AI, but actually in Taiwan, we already have the infrastructures. Everyone can get very large volume of high quality data under the ethical frameworks. This is models that Quanta Computers, this is one of the major supplier of the AI servers for the NVIDIA, this Quanta Computers. They built a model that can predict all-cause mortality from a single EKG. This is it is a collaboration between Professor Lin's group and Quanta Computers. So they visit Sanzhong and they want to collect a very large volume of data for validations. So you can see that they have more than 570,000 of EKG can get from these multi-center alliances. So you can get population-based, very large volume of data through these 4 centers, and they are truly population representative. So actually, with this kind of infrastructures, industry and academia alike, you will have a very good access to the EHR that is high quality and it's a large of a volume population representative. Another one is also the Far Eastern Memorial Hospital. They want to use the AI to detect the pneumoperitoneum of a CT. They also get about 38,000 of CTs from this kind of validation centers. So in Taiwan, we have a very good infrastructure to provide high quality multi-centered data to help you to do the AI validation. And even the Roche from the Switzerland recently want to collaborate with us because they have some commercial AI algorithms. So we want them to test whether their algorithms are accurate in Taiwanese populations. We also will match them to one of the 4 centers and do this kind of validations. And because 4 leading centers already have their own federated learning platforms. So at the end of last year, we pull them together so form a national federated learning platforms. We have a high-performance computer, GPU computers in our Ministry of Health that serve as a hub of federated learnings. And we connect all 16 hospitals to form national federated learning platforms. And after we set up this kind of settings, the Mahidol universities of the Thailand and also Karolinska and also Czechia's universities are very happy to work with us to join this kind of international cross-border validation project. So to make these platforms open to all industry, academia, or international collaborators, we create a website. This website is called the matchmaking website. So based on this website, actually, anyone can propose their models and to invite the 16 hospitals to participate in their project. So there are 3 models. One is the pure academic research collaboration models that everybody contribute their data to do the joint federated learnings and get the co-authorship, scientific merit. And the second model is that the developer want to share their IP, share with the participant. So this is the second models that a small startup can share their IP of their models for the participant. Everybody can join with you. And the third model is that for very large companies like the Roche, like this kind of an international tech giant, they want to have their own IP, their own scientific merit, but they only want that people contribute the data to validate their algorithms. But you can obtain some service fees from this process. That's the third commercial models. So we have 3 types of models for the National Federated Learning Platform collaborations. And we will soon announce this matchmaking website and start the call of the proposals. And this is, we show our project in different occasions. We go to the Karolinska, we go to Mahidol, we go to the Czechia, yeah. And the second strategy is that currently, if you want to do the AI, you want to collect the population's data to do the AI model trainings, the public trust is very, very important. So as the role of the government, you need to have some policy to let the people know that we try everything we can do to protect their privacy. So last year, there's a law in Taiwan. It's kind of a secondary use of a national health insurance database law. So that law requires that the government give a grace period. So people, if you do not want your data to be used for AI development, used for other kind of big data analytics, you can select to opt out during that grace period. So that's our current already been regulated to protect the patient's privacy. And also, we also promote the use of what we call a sovereign cloud, because we know that currently Gen AI is a major application in lots of hospitals. But unfortunately, many of the this kind of public service, cloud service, actually do not store the hospital data in Taiwan. So we require, if we have a consensus with the 3 major cloud service providers. They are Amazon, and Azure, and the Google Cloud, and they all support this 8 major principles. That means that we've used the public cloud to do the AI in Taiwan's hospitals. They require use the local data centers. The healthcare data cannot go offshore. And for all kinds of applications, the data should be encrypted. And also, at least the managing staff should be some people with Taiwanese citizenship, so that the Taiwanese law can be applied on that kind of privacy protections. So we have that kind of sovereign cloud principles. So each hospital can use that principle to form a contract and sign with the cloud providers to make sure that the data privacy can be protected under this kind of principles. And also we have the, we want also to gain the doctor's trust, not only the people's trust. So for doctor, if they want to use the AI with confidence, we need to make it very transparent. We need to let them know what are the origin of the AI. So we have 10 responsible AI use centers in Taiwan. So we called it the TRAN in Taiwan. TRAN means the Trustworthy and Responsible AI Network. So for these 10 centers, we require them to do 3 major things. The first thing is that if your hospital wants to use AI, you need to have an independent committees. So every AI that will be used in your hospital, no matter in different, any department, need to be applied through the hospital levels application process and review the privacy protection, cybersecurity, and clinical benefit before they can be deployed in the clinical settings. The second thing is that we require that all of the AI have to disclose 9 important transparency characteristics. That includes what are the data that are used to training, what are the data that are used to validation, what are the accuracy metrics, and how they maintain that AI models, and what are the indication and what are the out-of-scope use. So this is very similar to the drugs. When a doctor do the drug prescriptions, they have to know everything about these drugs. But currently, doctors using AI to help to assist their diagnosis or guide their treatment, but they do not understand what this AI comes from. So we require that they report 9 important characteristics for every AI interface. And the last thing we require them to do is called lifecycle management. We know that even they get the TFDA approvals, that does not guarantee the AI will be accurate in your local hospitals. So when you start to implement that AI in your local hospitals, first you need to do the local testings. Then you have to do the periodical testing because AI's accuracy declines with time. AI's only learn the data pattern, the insight from historical data, but the data change with times. So you need to have a mechanism to monitor the accuracy of the AI and do the periodical benchmark testings. If the AI do not reach the predefined accuracy threshold, you need to hold the use of AI to retrain them until it is accurate again. So we call it lifecycle management. Actually, it is work with the TFDA as a post-marketing surveillance process. So this year, we built a national registry website. So we will require that for every hospital, the use of AI should be registered in this kind of a national website and share their best practice to other hospitals. So currently there are 10 hospitals. We work with the China Medical University as a pilot run. So they register about 7 AI used in China Medical Universities in this website. So for each registrations, they will describe what are the function of the AI, what are the output, input, everything about, and the 9 transparency characteristics, and all kinds of accuracy, maintenance, and their benefit. So that other people, if they want to use a similar AI, like the AI that can detect brain hemorrhage from CTs, they can use this best practice as a template to develop their own management plan at their own hospitals. So this is what we are doing here in Taiwan. And for that strategies that, although you have this kind of responsible AI use, have the external validations, the deployment in Taiwan is also a very big issue, because not only in Taiwan, in the world, most of the HIS systems actually are homegrown. They are not like our laptop. Our laptop have only Windows and the Mac OS 2 operating systems. But in Taiwan, there's more than 40 HIS. That means in Taiwan's hospital, there are more than 40 operating systems. So that means if you want to have an AI to deploy at a national scale, you need to custom-made your AI to these 40 HIS systems. That will become a very large obstacle for the nationwide deployment. So our approach is not to replace every hospital's HIS systems. So our approach is use the FHIR. FHIR is not only a set of data standard for every hospitals. Actually, it's a set of information tools that makes you can exchange your health data on the website using the same format, same protocols. So I usually use the www as an analogy to FHIR. So www connect all individual computers. We can, after the wwws, every applications emerges, such as Gmail, Google Map, and the Google Calendars. Yeah, everything can create from the www. So if we practice FHIR in Taiwan to connect every hospitals, we believe that all kinds of applications will grow on that infrastructures. So I call it FHIR is the www for the medical informatics. And this is the triple deck of cake that we want to standardize Taiwan's HIS systems. So the top layer is the Taiwan core. We have announced the Taiwan core data for interoperability. It is 100% compatible with the United States core data for interoperability version 4. And currently we move to the version 5. So that means we have national tables for all kinds of medical data. We have a standard data format for that. And the second level is the FHIR. FHIR is a set of information tool that help you to convert your legacy HIS into a FHIR data set and do the data exchange or connect to the ecosystems. So unlike other countries, only require that people use FHIR as a standard and different vendors develop their own FHIR tools. In Taiwan, we have a unified FHIR tools called the Firebox I will introduce later. Because we do not unify at these tools levels, then different vendors, FHIR converter will create another separations. So you still do not unify your country's EHR. So we make a decision to make a Taiwan unique and unified data converting tool. We call it Firebox. And the last level is the semantic levels. Even you do the FHIR conversions, that does not guarantee the content is machine readable, because different hospitals have different writing of their medical records. So you need to use the low ink to unify the lab and observation. You need to use NomaCT to unify the terminology, medical terminology. And you also need to have a one-to-one brand name level granularity drug code called the RX norms. So in Taiwan, we have these three codes. So this is the Taiwan core data for interoperability, this TDAP core IG. IG is it's a standard that you can, the FHIR converter can use the IG to standardize your data. So currently there are, we already moved to TDAP CDI 2.0 versions, which are 20 categories. with 113 local extensions or local adaptations, and more than 110 EXR exchange categories, not variables. For example, the discharge summary is a category, lab is a category. So it's thousands of variables already stated. And we have the SNOMED, CT, LONC, RX norm, different associations. Because each terminology involve about more than 8 societies, not only from the hospital, but also from the hospital administrations or the medical informatics. So the government serve as a role to gather them together to have the national mapping tables. So the most striking progress this year is that we create the first ever national mapping table for low income. That means all items reimbursed, lab items reimbursed by the National Health Insurance have their one-to-many mapping table. It's about 5,050 low-income codes be mapped to the Taiwan's lab test. That means with this national mapping table, we can unify the codes of laboratory data across Taiwan. So no matter you use different kind of HEAS or the LEAS, with that mapping table, everybody can harmonize, can put their data together from a single data lake. And due to the time limit, I will go very fast, take about 3 minutes. The fifth strategies, we have a next generation operating systems. So in the United States, they use the Epic to replace most of the honor roll hospitals. So currently the market share of the Epic in the university hospital is nearly 100%, but that's very costly and it's not very suitable for Taiwan. So we did not adopt that approach. In Europe, we know that they have the European Health Data Space, and that will take effect since the last year, March, and it will take about 10 years at different milestones to unify the European health data. So, but the Taiwans have a third way, we call the Chrome models. So that means this is the MOHW work with the IE3 to develop our own fire converters. Currently, it's already give to all the medical centers. And not only the converters, we also have our own proprietary servers and also have our own gateways. So, and we do not want that these tools only used for data conversion standardizations, but we connect them to 3 important spaces. One is called the Taiwan Health Data Space. It is the space where that standardized data can exchange at a national level. The second space called the Taiwan Health Role Space. This space is a unique space only in Taiwan, because in Taiwan there's only one health insurance. So you do all kinds of a health claim or quality check. You can write a computer program and put it here. Because every hospital already standardized their data using the Firebox, so they can download that computer programs to do all kinds of national health insurance claims or quality check. And the last space is called the Taiwan Health APP space. That's a national marketplace for all kinds of EHR map APP. So this is the concept picture of the Firebox. Actually, it is a custom-made high-performance computer. It is not you can buy a Dell or HP, just upload our tools. You can run it very smooth at your hospital, because you can imagine that there's tens of thousands of EHR need to convert at the real-time versions. So you need to have custom-made high-performance computers. So this is what the Taiwanese strengths. We have very strong local computer industries. So we work with these computer companies to build the Firebox. Yeah, so Firebox is a trademark, got lots of patent in applications. And these Firebox are all connected to the MOHW's main hub. It's the H200 high-performance computers. And we're already working on the second generation. The second generation will use the all-photonic network. So that will be even a revolutionary network. We will totally give up the electronic transmission. We'll use all photonic transformation for our national health firebox connected to the MBO-Ws. And this is the national app space, which is a national marketplace for all kinds of apps. We already have 115 APP, which is compatible with the Taiwan Core and also FHIR standards. And this is probably the last slide. And strategy 7 is impact evaluations, that if you want to get a reimbursement, you can go to these 5 centers to do the clinical trial. And after the clinical trial, you can send the data to the National Health Insurance. They will use that data to do the health technology assessment. If that found it is very cost effective in Taiwan, they will give you reimbursement. So this is also another closed loop that make sure that if your TFDA approved AI models have clinical benefit, can be reimbursed by our national health insurance systems. So this is Tri-Service General Hospital also have several projects running the randomized trial for this kind of centers. And the last slide, but it's not least, is that we have different funding mechanism from the invention to the national deployment. So when you start have an idea, I want to do a model in your lab, you can apply to the National Science Council's fundings. And when you already have your models, you want to apply TFDA approval, you want to be a Smart on Fire APP, you can apply our MOHW's fundings. And once you want to deploy it at the hospital application levels, you can apply the, what we call the 深耕计划 fundings. And the last one, you want to set up a company, you can apply the startup funding from the 国发会. So we have a very comprehensive, very highly connected funding mechanism to support all the digital health and AI development in Taiwan. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Director Li's excellent presentation. I think Director Li has extraordinary leading competence to guide our AI team, medical AI team in Taiwan to move forward, and his excellent achievement may make us impressive a lot. I think many audience, including me, has a lot of questions to be discussed with Director Li. But maybe we can leave it during the lunchtime. And let's thank our Director Li again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Li. And now, Professor Ling will present the Appreciation Award. Another round of applause. Thank you. We now invite the session moderator, Professor Rongxian Jiang, CEO of the Health Data Research Center, National Cheng Kung University Hospital. Welcome.
Thank you so much to have me here to introduce our next distinguished speaker. Wow, our topic become open AI, become ChatGPT, because that all belong to the generative AI. Well, I do remember I obtained my AI PhD in the late 90s. So I do remember my advisor, Paul Gator, he's one of the best friends of her. Like, you probably know that Professor Hinton, Professor Lee Kung, and those are very famous AI pioneer. And when I was a PhD student, about 20-something, and Dr. Gator told me every day, he said, June, do you know that one day everybody probably will use AI because he wants me to do my AI PhD. So he tried to convince me, well, AI is interesting. AI could be very important. So he told me every day, but I don't give a shit because I don't care about that. I really don't care about the AI. But think about today, at least you know that 2 years ago when generative AI launched, everybody just know what is AI. And quite unfortunately, 2 years ago, Dr. Gator become dementia. So I visited him last year in the nursery house, and I told him, he cannot barely know me, but I spoke to him and said, well, do you remember when I was 20-something, you told me every day AI could be one something. That's very important. Now, everybody use AI. Everybody, every minute, use AI tools. Well, his response said, is that true? Wow, that's very sad. But anyway, think about positive. We all witness the generative AI. We all know the AI is important and everybody can use, not just the businessmen, every general public, and even the physicians. So our next subject, and we'll invite Dr. Ting, actually Dr. Ting, right? I think Dr. Ting is very famous. You can see so many outstanding awards he has been received, so many. It's not easy for me to name a few, but I would like to name several of that. Dr. Ting recognized as the globally 100 ophthalmologist and power list from the media of ophthalmologists. And he used to rank #1 most cited article from the Asian Pacific Journal of the ophthalmology. And he's an eye doctor for sure. And since 2023, he also then recognized as top 100 ophthalmologists. So he has so many distinguished and outstanding awards you can see from his vita. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's join me welcome Dr. Ting Sun-Wei and his talk.
Hi, thanks, Dr. Jiang, for such a flattering introduction. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel. I'm from Singapore. I am going to spend the next maybe 20-25 minutes to bring us through from the past all the way to where we are now. And I really liked how Dr. Jiang was sharing the medical AI space 25-30 years ago. I think we are currently standing on the shoulder of the giants. I think without what Jeff Hinton has proposed in the late 1980s, we won't be actually where we are at today. Because of the concept, there would be hardware to actually power charge that. And we saw a lot of the great talk from previously. And then now I'm going to actually take us to the agentic AI era. The space has changed tremendously over the last 3 years. I have to unlearn and relearn what I've learned in my PhD time in the computer science and AI space. So I think this is very, very humbling that I've seen. Personally, I'm still practicing, and I run a lab, and I like to actually translate what I built to the real-world settings, because the one question that I always ask myself, if I build a good technology but my patient cannot access them, what's the point of building them? So I think that is a very important question that all clinicians are always asking ourselves. How do we bring impact to patients' care? And of course, I have a bunch of boring leadership role. Of all these roles that I have, I enjoy being a scientist. So I think this is no foreign to anyone sitting in the room today. National pride of Taiwan. And because of GPUs, we are doing what we are doing now. Without any chips from this company, you can talk a lot about concepts, but nothing would be applied in the real world settings. I think every company needs two companies now, two manufacturing facilities, and one of which is going to be software and AI. I think this is very, very critical, including healthcare. We are currently experiencing a very global, intense AI race, not just between the countries, but also between the technology companies, right? So I think this is just 6 months old news. And you can see from all the different CNN, BBCs, and the Chinese, the newspaper, this is the era that we are right now. And we also are seeing, this is the two Nature papers that just came out a few weeks ago. It's very sombering and it's very enlightening too. Frontier's AI models now is outperforming specialized AI models. Of course, there is a lot of caveats in the papers if you read into the details of these two Nature publications. But if you look at where Frontier AI models is 3 years ago when Chat 3.5 came out in the 2023, maybe you would not have expected where we are standing now today is possible. So Chat 3.5 right now, which version are we at now? Does anybody know? 5.6, okay. What about this? Anyone using Sonnet? Yeah, it's 5.0, and then they have a Fable version as well. What about this? Llama, Meta, right? So Llama is one of the AI technology I personally really like when it first came out. Why? They are a strong advocate for open sourcing the AI models. With Mistral, with Meta, with Llama, that allows us to push the frontiers. That encourages the global AI research scientists to co-build models together. This is what I like about the open source models. But unfortunately, Llama 4.0, yeah, a little disappointing, but I hope they can actually catch up. And Meta, of course, is currently undergoing a lot of the internal transformation. Gemini 3.5 right now. Anyone who's a coder in the room, has anyone used the anti-gravity, the AI, Google AI Studios? Right now, to build a web page, in the past, you need maybe 2 months to do one. If you give enough sophisticated prompt engineering, you could actually build a web page within 2 hours. This is the current world that we are standing right now. It's highly scary, and of course, Q1 this year, I'm not sure how many of you actually read the newspaper that 250,000 tech employees being laid off globally. So this has illustrated the power of agentic AI now in the things that we do in the daily living. Big whales, anyone? DeepSeek, okay? So right now, DeepSeek R1 has shocked the world. It single-handedly has plunged the stock price by 15% from the Silicon Valley when it came out about 1.5, 2 years ago. Right now, they are in version 5. And of course, this is Quen. It's a very good model for those of you who can have access to it and can use it. Okay, what's this? Anyone? It used to be like a lobster. So it's an open claw, right? It's an open claw. So it's a very good model too. But you have to be very, very careful about your confidential information that you have in your laptop. Do not surrender your data. This is some of the latest large language model engines, both in the closed and the open source model, in the very mega level to the intermediate level to small level to the very tiny model. I have very, very strong favoritism to the tiny model, resource-efficient model. We heard the Director General says that they're going to push for a resource-efficient way, and this is, I feel, the way that the world should be going, especially on the sustainability consideration. We see Fei Li has proposed the ImageNet, and I went through the untrained era in CNN to pre-trained models, right now to foundation AI models. And this is a very famous paper in 2017, Attention is All You Need. That has, again, transformed what the AI computer science, I'm sure Dr. Jiang knows about that. The reason why we need to talk about the different large, intermediate, small, and tiny models is related to GPUs. So we heard a lot about the MOH initiative to push for GPU in Taiwan. For a very simple task, you can already do it with prompt and RAGs, retrieval augmented generations. And for the computer scientists, for the experts, now we're talking about fine-tuning. We're talking about training of foundation models. And the GPU power go from all the way from A100 to now B200 and as many more coming out. And Taiwan, of course, is no other places except for this epicenter of the GPU place in the world, right? So I think irrespective of what we do from the data space all the way to the Gen AI space, I think we've mentioned, I heard Brian and Olivia talked about the trustworthy AI. Very important when we talk about healthcare, biomedical data science space. What do we mean by trustworthy AI? We're talking about safety, who is responsible when shit hit the fans, implementation strategy, and of course, some of the consensus guidelines and health economics as well. So I think Singapore was proud to be a 6th blue zone in the world. That was a term coined by Dan Buettner. But we still have a gap of 10 years between the lifespan and the health span. And what is the problem with the health span right now worldwide? This is a Lancet paper published in 2025. Top 10 conditions that actually makes you lose the ability to work or to die. So these are the 3 main categories being neurodegenerative, start from the brain to the toe, neurodegenerative condition, cardiometabolic disease, and of course, cancer. I think if you could cover those 3 big areas, your population in general, irrespective of the geography region, would actually start going up. Who has done this VO2 max? They hook you up in a, with a bunch of wires, and then they test for your lung capacity. This is getting more and more popular, especially in the sports medicine. Microbiome is something that we use your stool to test what is some of the microbes. Because microbes in stools is very important to break down the nutrients. So those are the areas that is emerging, but how is this going to be cost effective? We heard a lot about what Olivia actually mentioned just now. What is the cost effectiveness of testing every single Taiwanese population with microbiome? Not cost effective. So how do we actually inject some of this emerging technology into the population health? Something to think about. Who has done cold plunges before? No one? Onsen, 滑雪, 温泉, 冰叫什么冰池是不是? Yeah, so yeah, longevity. So this is again gaining a lot of So of course, for the ladies, a lot of ladies will love glutathione, skin, anti-aging. NADs and NMNs helps with your energy, help with your muscle strength, like creatine, for example, peptides. So those are the emerging therapeutic space that's not very well studied in the medical space, but doesn't mean that there is no evidence. So that's another question to think about. And we've seen a lot of the gaps. This is a slide that has been put up before, a gap between the medical and the longevity care. And of course, all this related to data. So can agentic AI be a solution? So this is one of the things. What is agentic AI? So AI now would have the capability to think like a human. And Olivia mentioned about a point that I'm going to just use a few slides later to talk about medical superintelligence. Health, longevity, celebrities, right? Brian Johnson, Peter Attia, David Sinclair. I mean, has anyone read the book? Not sure whether, if there's a Chinese version, you should read it as well. That's a very, very enlightening book, right? But is this only for the rich because of the reason why I mentioned before? How can we be more holistic and inclusive? Health in general is not about just cancer screening. It's not about breast cancer screening. It's all about your sleep, your nutrition, your physical activity, your mood, your psychosocial well-being, your social connection, your loneliness, right? We heard about that. How do you put all these multifactorial elements into somebody's life? In addition to this guy have to go to work, have to for myself, I have 2 kids, I have a wife, and so there's a lot of things that happen in your life. And how do you actually incorporate all these things in a single app to advise you how to move forward on a daily settings? In my clinic, so I bring you back to my clinic, patients really coming into my clinic specifying the specific treatment may not be the cost-effective ones that the government reimburse, but the best treatment they can find from all these Gen AI engines and asking me to prescribe to them. If you don't do that, your chair times is going to increase by 2 times to 3 times to explain or actually unwind them back from what the information they read in the medical platform. Agentic AI used in electronic health record, we saw a lot of great work in using the FHIR as the platform to connect the data, the imaging space from segmentation to classification to looking into the future. And of course, as a surgeon myself, I deal with a lot of the surgical devices and robotics. And what is going to happen to us as doctors? Is AI going to replace us? Is it going to make us more efficient? Or is it going to make us smarter? I think this is some of the very relevant questions when we actually talk to a lot. So this is the medical superintelligence. So Microsoft has coined this term last year. And what has made them come up with such a term? This is how they built their agentic AI orchestration engines. And the one thing that they've used is that I grew up reading NEJM, the clinical path, because they always have complex, the mystery cases. So if you train the AI system well, and the big caveat is these data are the clean data, exactly like what Olivia has pointed out. The colleague was saying that the real world data is not as clean. So these are this is the very clean data curated from the publications, and using that to train, it was found that they have 4 times higher the accuracy compared to the primary care physicians that's MD trained. They all pass their exams, they all do well in their exams, but the AI system have 4 times higher the accuracy rate. So does it mean that if I actually do not use AI and trying to see my patients and finally creating a mistakes or error in diagnosis because the AI is not being used, am I now deemed unethical? Big questions. Ethical consideration. We published a paper last month to talk about 3 terms: de-skilling, mis-skilling, and never skilling. And this is not just limited to healthcare. This is across the industry. De-skilling means that you are losing the skills that you already have. Mis-skilling means that you are learning the wrong skill because the AI is telling you the wrong thing and you do not know what is right or wrong. And never skilling is that you do not gain skill because you're over-relying on technology. How do we mitigate this for the next generation for medical education? We talk about AI for clinical trials. If you have a big pool of data sets, if you can do AI for clinical trials, can we actually look at how AI can accelerate the total medical product life cycle from drug discovery, development, all the way to clinical trials to post-market surveillance? So I think this is one of the papers that we published in Nature Digital Medicine last year. This was in looking at of the 10,000 compounds that you are looking at in your lab, there's only one that would actually make it. So what is the percentage? It's like 0.0001%. And
And this is one of the true example how the injection that we use for age-related macular degeneration right now, the first molecule, which is called the VPF, was found in 1983. But look at the approval year, was 2006, 20 years later, for one indication, and then for another 2 indications later, it requires another 5 more years. So 20 to 30 years. That is how long a drug will come from the bench to the bedside. And these are some of the potential AI areas that we think AI can play a huge role, from target identification all the way to drug repurposing using the electronic medical records. Another one strategy that I would love to propose is called a SAFER. The safety and accuracy means that we have to look at the accuracy in the qualitative and the quantitative manner. And we just published another paper in Cell Report Medicine last 2 weeks ago, proposing a SCORE framework to assess the accuracy. So what does SCORE stands for? Safety, consensus, context, objectivity, reproducibility, and explainability. And of the quantitative measures, we found that BERT score is one of the best score that you can evaluate the context in the generative AI generated responses. Because doctors A, doctors B, and doctors C, when we talk to our patient, we use different way. But if you start looking at AUC, sensitivity, specificity, it's gonna highly derail from how representative that is and how reflective the accuracy is in the real world setting, how the doctors and patients are conversing, and how accurate the messages are being delivered across. You need a very holistic assessment, not just from quantitative settings, but also qualitatively speaking, right? And we also propose a 5-point Likert scale. And this is one of the things that we think if you were to holistically evaluate them, you have to use both. Fairness and ethics. We heard Brian's talk on a lot of the, how do you actually account for that? So social determinant of health, inclusivity, male versus female, the minority ethnicities, devices, differences, especially from a medical imaging standpoint, the upgrading of the software with the pixel changes, the differences, you all have to make sure that you do post-market surveillance for performance drift, because each of the version will come with different pixels that single-handedly can actually deviate your performance. From consensus to regular endpoint, how do you, we saw a lot of great stuff that happens in the Taiwan MOH to look at how do you actually accelerate from TFDA approval to real-world implementation. So this is one of the study that we actually did. So this is now going to Olivia's domain. Health economic analysis to calculate return of investment in the immediate and the long-term basis. So we published 2 Lancet series papers just a few years back, looking at if you were to do health economic analysis for AI specifically, how should you do it? Are you looking at screening diagnosis, diagnostic tests like what Olivia was mentioning, population-based, hospital-based, pre-test probability, choosing the right HEA to actually, based on your research question, is it a CMA, CUA, or is it a CBA? So those are the few things that you have to know. What research question are you looking at? And what is the mode of AI deployment? Is it AI first? Is it AI second? Or is it AI only? And of course, then you start calculating all the different costs, direct and indirect, from your healthcare or social, from a societal perspective. If you were to bring an AI solution from the bench to the bedside to commercialization, this is the very sombering statistics that you are seeing here. You go from 90% to less than 5% of real-world implementation to less than 1% of commercial success. So this is some of the technology roadmap for people who love to do licensing and spin-off. And the ROIs for long-term is on product market fit, inflection points. You have to take into account geopolitical tension. You need to have operating and the board members team invested in the exit strategy.
So one of my title is on AI, imaging AI eye screening. How do we bring from the bedside to national AI implementation in Singapore? So this is some of the bunch of papers that we published to show accuracy. And this is the health economic analysis that we did to guide us in terms of how we should be deploying AI in the real world setting, in the national settings in Singapore. So AI alone, as you can tell, the cost is actually higher than a semi-automated fashion. This used to be the pre-AI implementation. We go through two-stage screening system, quite similar to the UK DR screening system. And now we are replacing stage one with 100% of AI to do the first read. 3 US FDA approval system is very important, but the most important one is the ministry effort to create the Medicare code in US. So with the creation of 9229 reimbursement code, that has actually increased the adoption for United States, but of course in Taiwan, the national reimbursement model is very different. And these are some of the business model, how you could incorporate AI into the different technology to build a business model, as you can tell. And clinical trials is very expensive because, as I mentioned before, it takes many, many years and it costs a lot of money. Right now, we are looking at building a sovereign AI technology platform to see how we could potentially use AI to find the right patient for the right trial so that we can actually cut down the cost and the time for recruitment. AI for longevity, this is the 6 pillars of health. This is another technology platform that we are creating now to look at holistically, if you were to inject all the data into one platform and then divide them into 6 different pillars and 3 different zones, like a traffic light approach, how can we do that? And this is another remote monitoring devices that currently we are building, incorporating with the smart devices for the medication. So we are incorporating this smart device with the remote monitoring digital wallet to actually help the patient, to nudge them to take the medication, to educate them about their medication and the condition, and also to incentivize them with points. So, I mean, this is some of the track records, but I think one of the things that I've actually, without a lot of the collaboration from worldwide, and I would love to take this opportunity to invite collaboration from the Taiwanese, the Defense, National Defense University, MOH, to actually look at how we can strengthen our link between the two sides. But the things that I'm most proud of is we are building generations, the next generation, because I think the AI, there's a lot of the next generation sitting here as well. I think the future belongs to you guys. And I hope that we can continue to see more great work. And of course, we take interns from many parts and fellows from anywhere in the world. So please reach out to me if you are interested to join us shortly. And then I am also quite passionate about starting companies and and encouraging the students to co-found their companies. So this is also the students that has went out to do great things. So with this, I would like to thank the organizer, Dr. Jiang, the kind invite to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for sharing this wonderful talk. We just ran out of time, but I want to take the opportunity to give one question, very, very good take-home message, because you just raised a question about the training in medical school for our next generation student. Because given those wonderful tools, so for our students, they learn these tools in medical school when they train no matter what years. You might have some kind of thing to say, a few words. Given there's some student here, I don't know, you want to say a few words, you want to say lunch, whatever. Make it.
I say learn AI, but also again, use AI well. And then going back to the basic principle, do no harm. So I think with this, this is a few of my, my advice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's give a good hand. Thank you. Or
Once again, thank you to our speaker and our moderator. And now we would like to invite our moderator for session 5, Deputy Superintendent Deng Weichen, TSGH. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Director Lee and our president of the National Medical University and distinguished guests, good morning. I think after listening to Daniel's fruitful speech, I found that the influence of artificial intelligence is overwhelming. So currently, transition from laboratory development to real-world implementation is emerging. So these digital tools are actively deployed in high-stake environments and like ER or cardiac intensive care units. I think integrating AI to frontline workflow can theoretically enhance early alert accuracy and also improve patient outcome. So today I'm very honored to introduce Professor Lin, our speaker. Professor Lin was graduated from the National Defense Medical University in 2001, and he got his PhD degree in 2013. And also he visited New York University Langone Medical Center in Division of Cardiology and Division of Medicine, Department of Medicine. Because he's great interest in cardiology and artificial intelligence, he has published many papers in these fields, and especially including high-ranking world-renowned journals, for example, NEJM and also Nature Medicine. He is, because of his outstanding performance, he is now the Dean of College of Medicine, National Defense Medical University, and also Deputy Superintendent for Medical Education, Chai Service General Hospital. Today, we are happy to have him to give us a speech entitled Implementation, Experience of AI Clinical Experience and Evaluating Clinical Benefits of AI-ECG through Trials. Please join me, welcome Professor Lin to have a speech. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm here to end this section on time. So no worry about the dinner. And this is my topic, and I will share the experience of our AI implementation, and we also do some economic evaluation, and we hope through this study, we hope to implement our AI-ECG in clinical. So this is my outline. And since 2017, our system has already built up the digital medical system and integrate all the medical data, including lab data, including ECG, and also all the image data together of the patient. And until now, we have 2 million ECGs, so we can conduct some AI analysis. And we extensively screen all the possible lab data and disease according to the ECG, and find some practical and comparable accuracy, and use them for clinical implementation. And so now our AI-ECG could detect and predict more than 50 kinds of cardiovascular diseases. And we collaborate with Contact Company and implant it after the TFDA approval. We implant it into many hospitals, including medical center, including regional hospital and the local hospital. So how AI could impact on clinical? That's the key point, is we need to send an alert to our physician to conduct further action. So in our system, we can send a message to our physician. We can also, the physician can also check the information on the EHR system. So currently, we use if we want to do a clinical trial, we need to get info consent from the patient. So you guys can see that a lot of paper info consent we get before. That's maybe 50,000 info consent. But if we need to do it efficiently, we need to transform it to electronic form. So this is how we conduct the electronic form. We can invite participant or patient via this platform. So up to now, once after we open this system, maybe more than 70,000 participants has been included in this platform. So use this platform, we can do a lot of things. We can invite them to join the RCT, and we can see if this AI system is better or not to improve patients' outcome. So this is our first programmatic trial. We apply AI-ECG to reduce mortality. As you know, that in 2020, the professor identified that the AI-ECG could predict the mortality of the patient within 1 year. But in our system, we found that the accuracy is much better in patient within 7 days. So we apply this AI-ECG, try to inform our doctor to reduce the mortality. So this is what the background that we always know that with the rapid responsive system, we can allow to our doctor to the severe disease patient to initiate some management. But previous system is just recall on the medical record a news system, which we can see it in the avoid severe patient. But even the before and after analysis see that it did help for the mortality risk reduction by very rapid response system. But the randomized control trial could not prove its benefit. So it maybe because that if we just regularly correct the vital sign, the structural data, it is difficult to identify the patient, the look subtle but severe patient to do the intervention. So that's what we do. The patient receive ECG, and we identify those high-risk population. We allocate it into the intervention group and a control group. For a control group, that's the conventional care. But for an intervention group, we do the along to the physician, and we can evaluate the effect of AI-ECG on mortality. And after implement this system, we can see not only the cardiac death, but also non-cardiac death. We can see for the high-risk population, a part of this AI-ECG could reduce the mortality by 31%. So after this, we do the exploratory analysis, and we found that patients without traditional clinical risk had a higher benefit from AI-ECG, and we can also see that patient with less Muse or News score has a higher benefit. So that's we can see that for patient with oversight of severe disease, it is helpful for the clinical care. But in patient with subtle change disease, subtle appearance, maybe it will be helpful by AI-ECG guidance. So after we did this trial, which I think maybe for the inpatient population, we do more AI-ECG just to identify the most severe patient. And for the for the overt side, the patient may be covered by current rapid responsive system. But for the subtle side patient, maybe it could be covered by AI-ECG. So after we do this trial, we also do the cost-effective analysis. We found the patient, the intervention group has higher cost by the drug and also for the intensive care. And this is for our Professor Xie, the student of Olivia. And we can see that to prevent one death, it just cost $59,000 US dollars. That's quite comparing value of this. I think for the economic analysis, I think Professor Xie will introduce it in more detail this afternoon. So after that, in our hospital, now the AI-ECG cover 7,000 persons per month and identify 400 high-risk patients in our hospital per month. So once the doctor receives the information, we have a standard procedure. The physician will do re-evaluation of the patient, and we will do more cardiac tests like like echocardiography, and the patient will send to the intensive monitor, and we should also do more intense, aggressive evaluation like check electrolyte, etc. And we also collaborate with the Imperial College, Professor Fu Song, to do the mediation analysis, pathway analysis, and also do the shape to do what's the high ECG high risk contribute to the high risk patient with mortality. And we found that more cardiac procedure, more ICU monitor, and more cardiac exam contribute to the mortality risk reduction to the patient. And the ECG features of general wave cartilage, rapid heart rate, and the long QT contribute to the high risk of mortality. So this is another programmatic trial that we will apply AI-ECG to detect STEMI. So maybe you guys know that it is easy to detect STEMI by physician. But in the very busy emergent department, maybe we need an AI tool to help our emergent physician to identify those patients with acute cardiac disease. So we apply this system, try to identify those patients with STEMI, and try to facilitate the doctor to management with this patient with acute heart disease. So it's the same protocol. We use the AI to alarm the high-risk patient to the on-duty cardiologist and also the emergent physician. The primary endpoint is the dose-to-balloon time. And we found that part of this system, we can significantly reduce the dose-to-balloon time to 7 minutes. I think it's a quite comparing effect. And when we ask our colleagues, our Professor Xie, to do the economic analysis, we found that apply this system has a dominant strategy, not only reduce the cost, but also shorten the D2 time to increase the medical care. So that it is a very good outcome, and now this study is under revision in JMIR. But it still has some limitations. That is only a single center study with a small sample size and a short-term follow-up. So we need to do more multi-center study. So by the aid of Director Lee, we do the multi-center study in our country. So we also, by the help with our contact company, we have a universal format of this AI-ECG, and we can deploy it in our alliance hospital, like as military Kaohsiung General Hospital, and also Wanfang, Yadong, other medical center, we connect it together to do the multi-center clinical trial. So this is our structure of this. We collaborate our other medical centers together to do this multi-center clinical trial. And yeah, this not only in a medical center, but also in a regional hospital. So to do this multi-center clinical trial is difficult because we need to get a lot of approval, not only to get the TFDA approval, but we need to also get the IRB approval for the national, and then we need to get approval from each hospital. So that's what we want to discuss with Director Lee. It's difficult to conduct a multi-center RCT in Taiwan, and we are trying to overcome this problem. So finally, we finish all the process, and we have conducted this multi-center clinical trial since this April. Now, so it is still ongoing, and we hope we can finish it within 3 years to have this multi-center clinical trial. So this is our finished and ongoing and multi-center clinical trial, and we hope could show you the result in the near future. And from the clinical to home care, I think now it's an aging community, and the digital health is the key to promote this quality. So wearable device is also very important. So now in our system, we have 2 wearable devices. We collaborate with Quanta to have the single lead wearable device, and we also have the Apple Watch. We can identify several diseases from the community. So now we should also train our system for a single lead ECG. For single lead ECG, we need to train it again. Not just we just use the 12 lead ECG and transform to 1 single lead. We need to train it again. So this is our training protocol, and we found that with the single lead ECG, it could reduce the accuracy. But if we use fine-tune, we can increase the accuracy. So we also identify that only we use maybe 600 patient samples, we can increase the accuracy of the single lead ECG. So now we do it for the many isolated island and the remote area, and because it is we hope to improve the medical inaccuracy. So that if we want to do this, we just use a small luggage, and then we can do the large scale screening in the remote island. So this is my hometown, the Liuqiu. It has 12,000 residents, but it has no hospital. So if we want to conduct this, if we don't do this, that many patients may visit an emergent by emergent boat, and the government pay a lot for this acute cardiovascular disease. But if we can do regular screening, and then we can identify high-risk population, and if we can get them to go to the hospital, maybe we can reduce this cost. So from now on, we have now screened more than, I think more than 30,000 patients. And that's why we conduct this study, because if we do very good community screening, and maybe we can prove it's cost effective to our government and to change our policy. So for the AI-ECG, it can, or we can also identify this high-risk patient, and not only for ECG, maybe for all other medical record or other such as chest X-ray, we can do the opportunistic screening, and then we can use this to our AI. So I think in the future for AI-ECG, we can do it and identify some latent or some subtle cardiovascular disease as soon as possible. And if we can conduct it comprehensively, we can show if this policy could reduce could improve the medical economics or not. So thank you, and I would like to acknowledge all our Medical Affairs Bureau, to the director, Surgeon Director Chen, and our supervisors to give us support and our team. And thank you very much.
Thanks for Professor Lin's sharing his outstanding experience in conducting clinical trial and his outstanding performance. And now this section is open for discussion. Is there any question from the audience? I know it's my responsibility to close this section on time. So I just have a small question that according to your study, you have to allow the doctors, these high-risk patients. So do you have any technique to avoid lung fatigue for these doctors?
Thank you. This is quite important. When we need to study to implement this device to our hospital, we need to study it very carefully. Firstly, we just only small group, and then we discuss it. If it will induce a lung fatigue or not. So we need to select very severe patient and with very high accuracy. For example, for patient with acute myocardial infarction, the positive predictive value is 80%. It means that 88%. When it along 10 times, 8 patients are real myocardial infarction. So that the doctor will take this message. Another example that if for the patient with mortality, when it along, the doctor will notice that your patient will die within 7 days. So usually the doctor will be very nervous and very careful for this message. And they will do re-evaluation, send the patient to ICU, and do more exam and check electrolyte. So now we have only 4 models implanted in our system. In addition to the STEMI, in addition to the mortality, we also have low ejection fraction. That means the patient will have low ejection fraction, heart failure, and sudden cardiac death. And for the atrial fibrillation, because we have this model has very high accuracy and low and a very high positive predictive value. So the physician will take this message, and we think that it could reduce the lung fatigue. And usually, when in our trial run, we receive very few messages per day, and which is acceptable for clinical physician. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Professor Lin's sharing. Sometimes I receive more than 10 messages per day. So I'm very nervous about these messages. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful speaker and our moderator. And we will now invite our moderator to present an appreciation award. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another big round of applause, please. And this is the end of the morning session. The afternoon session will begin at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be starting shortly. Please ready to be seated and turn off your cell phone or switch to mute mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026 Digital Innovation Shaping the Next Generation of Public Health Policy Conference. And now, please welcome our moderator of this session, Professor Lunde Liao from National Health Research Institute. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm Liao Lunde from the NHI Taiwan. So today it is my pleasure to chair this section. So this section speaker will be the Dr. Hooi-Min Lim. Dr. Lim has so many kind of the professional network and society activities, and I will introduce her from her background first. So Dr. Lim hold an MBBS degree from the Faculty of Medicine Department and from the University of Malaysia. And she also holds a MD PhD degree from the same university, from University of Malaysia. And recently, she became a senior lecturer from the Department of the Family Medicine at University of Malaysia, and also in the primary care clinic, and also from the same university, and so on. And recently, she also became a researcher at the public school from the University of Sydney, and so on. And for the administration duties, recently he already serves as become a deputy head from the Research and Innovation Department for the Faculty Medicine Department from the same university, and so on. And she also played a very important role as, for example, she also expert group from the World Heart Federation, and so on, and also play as an emergency leader from the World Heart Federation cohort from the 2024. And recently, she became an associate editor from the NPJ Digital Medicine journal, and she's the associate editor in that journal. And today, she would like to share a talk regarding her recent research activities, which is focused on the AI screening from actionable care, real-world implementation and evaluation in primary care. Let's join me and welcome Dr. Lim's talk. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Very good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for the kind introduction. So thanks for the invitation to come and over to Taiwan and meet with all of you. So as a primary care physicians, and this morning we have heard a lot about great AI development, very promising and sophisticated technology. So today I'm going to bring the focus slightly different perspective from the primary care perspective, and also the implementation science perspective. So AI in primary care has enormous potential. So we can see that a lot of AI predictions comes in to assist doctors, support our clinical decisions. Recently, I think in primary care, a lot of AI scribed, right, documentations, improve our administrative work, and also using Gen AI to look at the prompts, patients' reported health outcomes. And at a patient's perspective, it is a very promising personalized health coach, and also convert some of very complicated health information to a simplified language that patients could understand. So, however, implementing AI in primary care is quite challenging. I think one thing is we have very messy and fragmented data. We have many small clinics in the communities and different clinics using different data documentation, different platform. It's the same happen in Malaysia as well. We are generalists. We see patients as a whole. We look at multi-organ approach, a whole patient's approach. And sometimes AI is quite narrow in certain ways. Some of the AI, for example, just predict lung cancer, for example. But when we see patients, sometimes it's quite difficult to apply those very narrow AI into an undifferentiated nature of primary care. So time is another factor. So primary care, notoriously, we are very short in time. We only see patients 7 to 10 minutes per visit, and the primary care physicians are very concerned that you need them to click extra, do an extra click, or open and different logins, and you have asked them to do extra interpretations of AI. And trust is one big thing in AI, but particularly very important in primary care because our relationship with patients built in a long-term trust. We see chronic patients in a community. So AI comes in like a third party in between patients and doctor. And currently, we are still a lot of uncertainty of how to kind of coordinate this, whether it's shared decision makings between patients and doctors about the AI output. So one of my PhD students have conducted a qualitative study among patients, and they found out that patients trust AI when the doctors endorse it or recommended it. So therefore, the trust between patients and doctors in AI are very important. And moving forward, I think this morning we heard about Professor Brian to talk about we have high volume of AI models being developed, but very minimal devices are actually supported and tested using clinical trials. For example, 258 devices were approved by FDA, but only 2.4% being tested properly in RCT. Therefore, I think we also can understand why physicians and doctors are a bit uncertain about whether they can trust the output of AI. So here is the typical drug journey. So a drug, we discover a drug, it has to be started from the basic science, the preclinical and animal studies, and go to the first in human trials, second and third trials before getting FDA approved before, and subsequently to the post-marketing. But AI often skip the clinical trials part. And a lot of studies, a lot of papers that we receive from NPJ Digital Medicines are about the development itself, internal and external validation, look at the performance, AUC's sensitivity and specificity. And not many actually go into looking at the effectiveness and the real world practice. So I think when we evaluate an AI, it shouldn't be just the AI model itself. It always need to bundle with clinical actions. What is the predefined clinical actions after the AI output? So what is the care pathway that the AI position itself into the care of the patients? And we need to examine the whole care pathway from the model output into clinical actions. And subsequently, it will lead us to evaluate whether it will bring any output or it would affect patients' outcome or the healthcare system outcome. So, and often, sometimes, AI, when we paired with different downstream action, they might give us different outcomes. So one of very interesting example is recently published in Nature Medicine. It is about the AI chest X-ray. So the AI is a deep learning algorithm to find out any abnormalities in chest X-ray. And the researchers pair the AI with their action, which is active notification to the radiologist to prioritize the reporting of that AI. So this has been implemented, tested in multiple primary care clinics with 93,000 chest X-ray. So among all these chest X-ray, AI comes in to interpret all the chest X-ray, but the researchers divide them into two arms. One is with AI prioritization on, another one is no notification, but the AI still do the work. And if you see that, there's no difference actually in times to CT scan, which is a diagnostic test for lung cancer, and there's no difference in times to diagnosis of lung cancer. And when they look at the secondary outcome, there's no difference in terms of time for lung cancer referral, time to treatment, or the stage of lung cancer and diagnosis. So from this study, the AI active notification sent to the radiologist to, hey, please report this study, actually has no impact in terms of the lung cancer pathway. And it brings back to the problems that we discussed this morning about notification. Is notification really works? And when we tested out the notification, so how can we do it better? So can you imagine in a primary care clinic, if chest X-ray AI got one notification, chest ECG AI another notification, and you have another AI, and the primary care physicians will be swarmed with lots of notification. So this study kind of highlight what is the post AI predefined clinical actions in the care pathway. So there are a lot of frameworks coming up as a prospective papers or some proposed framework to look at how can we evaluate clinical AI in a clinical practice. So of course, a lot of study focus on phase 1 safety, look at the performance, phase 2 efficacy in the controlled clinical trial environment, but we still lack of evidence on the effectiveness when we tested the AI in a pragmatic real-world clinical practice compared with the existing standard. And of course, phase 4 is the monitoring. And during the deployment, how we monitor for the performance drift and etc. But I think within this framework, there's lacking of one very important component. When we tested that the AI works in the clinical trials, but how can we effectively implement this AI into routine practice after your trial completed? So how can we ask the doctors, the hospitals, or the clinics use the AI to achieve the outcomes that we wish that it has been proven in the trials? So therefore, implementation science comes in. So this would like to illustrate a case. This is a tricorder trial in the UK, which kind of highlight the importance of implementation science. So this tricorder study is an AI-assisted stethoscope, which implemented in UK among 200 primary care practices. So the intervention is training to use the AI stethoscope and also implemented it in the routine care, and the control is the standard care. So we look at it when they analyze the intention to treat, analyze all the populations registered in the intervention group, and they don't see any significant increase in terms of detecting heart failure, atrial fibrillations, or valvular heart disease. And the researchers subsequently analyzed using the per protocol propensity match to control test and showed that actually there is a massive surge in terms of the diagnostic yield of these 3 cardiology condition. So which means AI accuracy is still pretty good, that they can detect heart failure, atrial fibrillation, and valvular heart disease. But when this AI put into the real-world clinical practice, there's no difference whether you use the AI to detect these 3 heart disease. And the main reason is because nearly at the end of a year of this trial, almost 40% of practice did not actually use this AI because of the additional work burden and also the EHR workflow friction. So this highlight where when we look at the per protocol, the efficacy of AI, it works, is pretty accurate and effective. But in the real world practice, things doesn't go as what we wish. And yeah, and real world has a lot of pathways and a lot of factors that influence how the doctors use the AI. So what is implementation science? So when we have a evidence-based intervention, for example, in this example would be the AI-assisted stethoscope, and we want it to improve the health outcomes in the real-world practice beyond the clinical trials. And this is where the implementation science comes in. So implementation science is a scientific study of methods to promote the systematic uptake of evidence-based research findings or evidence-based intervention, and to improve the quality and the effectiveness of the health service. So what is the difference between the intervention and the implementation strategies? Right. So this is a simplified version. So you look at AI intervention is the thing, right? The thing that we developed. And the implementation strategies are the thing we do to try to help people to do the thing. Okay, so those are the strategies or the steps that we want people to do the thing. And when we evaluate in implementation science, we evaluate the main implementation's outcomes, which are how well we do the thing. Okay, so this is a very important concept. So probably just illustrate using some diagrams. So when we look at AI model, the intervention itself should be the AI model with a care pathway or the predefined clinical actions. And implementation strategies come in together as a bundle. So implementation intervention actually is a combination of different strategies together. And when we evaluate this, right, I think all of you will be quite familiar with the AI model performance, AUC, sensitivity, specificity. And when we evaluate AI intervention, we evaluate the clinical outcomes, whether mortality, morbidity, diagnosis, etc., the complications. But when we evaluate the AI implementation intervention, we look at the implementation's outcomes of it, whether look at the acceptability, look whether the healthcare providers or the patients use the AI as per protocol, as what it should be happening. So in implementation science, we use this knowledge or action framework. So in the middle is actually the intervention. So we identify that as a need to use the AI to solve some of our problems. We synthesize and produce the AI. And the circle around the intervention are the process that we use to develop implementation strategies. So we adapt. So for example, we develop a very good AI in one hospital, and then you want to use that AI in another hospital or another health setting, we need to adapt the AI to the local context, because different contexts will have different factors that would determine whether it works or not. And we assess the barriers and facilitators, we implement it, monitor it, and we evaluate the outcome. And subsequently, we will continue the sustainability of the implementation in the practice. And this continue to improve the implementation so that the AI model or the AI intervention could be continue being used by the healthcare providers. So this is just an example, it's a busy slide, but just an example of how we use some of the implementation science tools to help us to develop some of the implementation strategies for AI intervention. So we have this CIFR and ERIC matching process. So first we identify the barriers from the key stakeholders, patients, stakeholders, policymakers, and patients. And we identify the barriers and we match into this CIFR. CIFR is a consolidated framework for implementation research. It is quite a comprehensive determinants to see whether how an intervention works or do not work in clinical practice. And with these determinants, then we match it with ERIC, which is the expert recommendation for implementation change. So ERIC has 73 strategies, but we are not going to use all the 73 strategies to improve the implementation of AI. So with the barriers, we will match it with the ERIC strategies, and we usually have stakeholders workshops to rank those strategies. So which one are more important, more feasible, and workable. So we involve the stakeholders to co-create the implementation strategies. Yeah. So with the AI intervention plus the implementation strategies, often we evaluate it or we tested it out in what we call implementation effectiveness hybrid research study. So hybrid 1, so if you look at it, so from the efficacy study, which is a control environment, to the trials effectiveness study, but when we want to implement the clinical the research evidence into the practice. So we use this hybrid design. So type 1 is the conventional clinical trials that we usually conducted to look at the clinical outcomes. So hybrid type 2, while we test the clinical intervention, we also study the implementation strategies, what works and what strategies do not work. And of course, the type 3 is mainly focusing on the implementation, to test implementation strategies while at the same time collecting the clinical interventions outcome. So in terms of evaluation, so one paper also published in NPJ Digital Medicine. On the left side is currently what we are doing. We developed the AI and validate it, and then subsequently we put it in the trials looking at the clinical impact on patients' outcome. But what makes AI really implemented in the routine practice beyond trials, we need to look at the implementation assessment. So after you have identify the implementation strategies, and we look at the implementation assessment. We look at the acceptability, appropriateness, feasibility, fidelity, adoption, the cost effectiveness of it, penetration, and sustainability. So at the same time, we also assess the patient's outcome. So we usually do this in the hybrid type 2 implementations effectiveness trial. So just to illustrate, show an example of our previous project. So this is during the COVID period, we have a chatbot, a rule-based algorithm, because we have lots of patients at that time that require monitoring, and our doctors usually call them up 3 times a day to check on their symptoms. And during the COVID period, we developed this chatbot with our computer science faculty of computer science students and lecturers. So we use this implementation research cycle. So first evidence is we do have evidence on remote patients monitoring. But at that point of time in Malaysia, we do not have a very good monitoring system or platform. Therefore, we developed a new remote monitoring system within 21 days, and we roll it out in our hospital to monitor our patients. So those patients who are mild symptoms will continue to stay at home, and those with high risk or worsening symptoms, we would conduct a teleconsultation and brought them in to the hospital. So we implemented in UMMC, and we evaluate the implementation's outcomes after that. And later on, we scaled it up to our Ministry of Health district, because the public health in the district will have to monitor the whole district of patients, which we managed to scale it up to be adopted by the Ministry of Health Petaling district. So this is just illustrations of what is the difference between an intervention and implementation strategies. So the chatbot shouldn't be just the intervention itself. It should be paired with all the clinical actions followed by the output. So, and we have several implementation strategies that we have identified. So first, very important, we have to train the healthcare providers and patients on how to use the system. We need to always update the guidelines, because at that time, COVID, the guidelines change almost every 2 weeks. So we need to update the algorithm. We give incentive and resources from our research fund to the hospital and to the healthcare providers. We iron out some of the data protection and patient confidentiality problems with our Faculty of Law in the university. And of course, the most important, to engage with the management, with our hospital, and also with the Ministry of Health. But when we scale it up to Ministry of Health, we have a slightly different implementation strategies, because the context of how this monitoring system works in the Ministry of Health is slightly different. So we managed to evaluate the effectiveness. It has reduced our workload by 97%, because it significantly reduced the number of calls that we need to conduct it to call up the patients. And in the UM itself, we managed to monitor around 700 patients, and among We're also looking at the safety of it. So 12% of patients were escalated to the inpatient care, and among them, 11% need oxygens and get admitted. So when we upscaled it into the district office, we managed to cut down their workload significantly, where only 6.4% of cases needed to be called after the assessment. So it's just a very simple rule-based system, but we have lots of challenges in implementing it. So the challenges will be even more when it's in terms of AI, because of the trust, because of the accuracy of the AI. So in our Cosmos, one of very important problems that we have is reach. We do not reach those not tech-savvy patients. So those patients who couldn't use it, we still have to call them. So this brings the problems of health equity. Adoption is a challenge. It's always challenging to upskill the digital health intervention to engage with the stakeholders. Next is fidelity. So it's kind of like create a new care pathway just for the monitoring systems. And the doctors have to navigate through this complex clinical work process with the extra workload. And one of the junior doctors who are monitoring the system told me that it's very anxious. Every day I have to go and check the dashboard. Is there any changes? And when the notifications come, I have to quickly respond to it. Right, so some of the challenges in terms of implementation. Scale it up require continuous training. So the research team have to go and train the district office people. And next is the sustainability. So in a lot of time, when research funding ends, the project ends as well. So for this project, we managed to transfer to the hospital and to the district health office. So build, operate, and transfer from the researcher point of view sometimes is a big challenge to continue the sustainability of the intervention. Yeah. So moving forward, from AI prediction is not enough, so it won't change patients' health outcome. We should look at beyond AI accuracy to look at clinical actions, downstream actions after the AI. What are the clinical outcomes and how can we implement in the real world practice? So I would put AI as a complex intervention, and the implementation itself would determine whether patients actually benefit from it. And from the implementation science perspective, it gives us the tools to translate AI into the routine practice. So before I close this session, I would like to have some promotion of our collection. So it's a great honor for me to co-edit this collection with Professor Chin Ling and Dr. Lunde Liao. So we are focusing on prospective and interventional clinical evidence in medical AI research, prospective trials, pragmatic trials, especially in the real-world clinical practice, on how we implement it, what is the immediate action after the AI. So we are very interested in those papers and we welcome the submission. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention.
For the wonderful talk. Any questions? Dr. Lim.
Oh, so your research is so important because we face a lot of problem about how to let physician or patient use the AI tool and follow our pre-specified protocol or action. So do you have any experience about how to overcome the alert fatigue? We have a lot of this problem.
Yeah, it's a very good question. But to be honest, I don't have like a direct answer to it. But I think one of the things that implementation science could help is to co-create the implementation strategies with your end users. So you could bring them in and ask them their opinions about this notification and to see what types of, so this is kind of monitoring. If you get the data on all the notifications comes in and then you collect what is the subsequent actions. So for example, if you have 100 notifications comes in, actually how many of them actually would kind of the clinical actions is important and how many are actually, not so important kind of notifications. So you could kind of work together with the end users and to refine some of the notifications that we send out. We face this problem as well with our COVID. We have so many messages coming in that patients worsening, things like that. So along the way, we also co-create the strategies with our end users to see what types of notifications actually not that important. And we remove it, would it affect patient safety? Yeah. And then we continue to test it out. So it would be a kind of QI process, quality improvement. I think in a lot of doctors would know this QI process to further refine the strategies and the intervention.
Yeah. So in your opinion, can the result from one hospital, for example, because I asked the end user and co-design a new strategy to reduce the, for example, alert fatigue, can the result can be generalized to the other hospital or other situation?
Yeah, so it depends. So that's where the beauty of implementation lies. So the strategies might work in this hospital, but might not work in other, even other department as well, or other, other hospital. So, but you have a very good base that you have already tested in this hospital. So with some of the strategies, you just have to refine those strategies to tailor it to the context, to the workflow process. Because I think the workflow process and the behavior of healthcare providers are these two main factors to see whether that intervention will continue to be used by the healthcare providers or not. Yeah, but of course, I think one very important thing that you all have already done, which is the stakeholders engagement, to get a buy-in from the management to implement it. So this thing is actually very important, to be honest, and your team has managed to kind of done it very well.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, and I think the key question is not only whatever AI can help to identify the risk, but also the AI can help the patient to receive better care at the right time, right? So according to your experience, in addition to the accuracy of the AI itself, so what do you look at how to decide this program was successful? For example, this AI program help the patient to receive the earlier follow-up or improving the referral, like kind of compression, or reduce the unnecessary healthy care. So what's your opinion and so on?
Yeah, thanks for your question. So which means your question is about when the AI output comes in, how to help the patients in making decision. Yeah, so one of the area that I'm also very interested and currently looking at it is the shared decision making. Because the trust comes in, you have a doctor who make the decision and an AI who help to make the decision. And then your patients have to come in to make a decision together, because now it's no longer just doctor give you prescription, you have to take it, and the patient just take it. So when the AI comes in, there must be a shared decision making among patients and doctors to identify the risk and the benefits of this AI output. And currently, more and more studies are looking at this shared decision making. So after the AI output, they would create some innovation or some intervention to convert some of the AI output into something that the patients can understand. So for example, if you predict the patient has heart failure 10 years time, 50%, then I have to give the patient ACE inhibitor or SGLT2. But from the patient's perspective, could they understand the prediction? And is there any tools that we can develop to assist the doctors to explain the risk to the patients? Yeah, so to assist the shared decision making. So currently there are quite a number, but not many studies looking at how we develop tools to help to bridge the AI and the decision between patients and doctors.
See, okay. Any other questions? Okay, if not, let's thanks to the Dr. Lim's talk again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lim and Professor Lau. We will now recognize Dr. Lim with a certificate of appreciation. Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. And may I now invite the session moderator for session 7, Professor Yu Cao from Academia Sinica. Welcome.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to serve this duty. Sorry, I caught a cold, so I have to wear a mask. Okay. So let me start to introduce Professor Qin Ling. Yeah, Professor Qin Ling is a very good and old friend of mine. So it is always my great pleasure to introduce him. So Professor Qin Ling is a full professor of faculty member of a School of Medicine, National Defense Medical University. He's very young, and it is not easy to have this position at his age. So it is reflecting his outstanding academic and achievements and leadership. Okay, I met Professor Qin Ling in National Innovation Award in 2020. Okay, since then he has become a well-recognized scholar in Taiwan. Now he is very famous in leading the AI-ECG. Okay, he's very, very well-known, actually dominating research in Taiwan. I mean, in this field. Okay, I'm so proud of him. Okay, so I know him very well. So I checked ChatGPT. Okay, is Professor Qin Ling is a good researcher? Okay, he said definitely. Okay, and give me 3 reasons. Okay, first, he built a strong reputation in clinical AI, medical data science, and AI translation for healthcare. Okay, that's the first reason. The second reason, he is an emerging and increasingly visible researcher rather than a global recognized, a domestic researcher. Okay, so he's internationally well known. Okay, he has appeared in high impact papers like Nature Medicine and NPJ Digital Medicine. Okay, so I would like to congratulate him. Yeah, so I always enjoyed his presentation. Okay, I believe you will do so. Okay, let's give a big hands to Professor Qin Ling and welcome his presentation.
So kind of introduction. Thank you. So today I will introduce the future potential of our AI-ECG platform in cardiovascular disease screening. First, why we focus on the cardiovascular diseases? Because cardiovascular diseases may be the leading cause in the worldwide, so that is very important. But traditionally, if we want to screen a disease in the early stage, you need to conduct a systematic screening program. For example, every people pass the screening test and flag someone has a high risk. Then we need to do the confirmatory test to make the diagnosis. In Taiwan, in fact, we have a lot of cancer screening program. Now, to date, maybe we have 6 this kind of screening program, but no, we do not have cardiovascular diseases screening program because we do not have enough resources. Every disease are also important, but we only can select someone to conduct the systemic program because resources is limited. So our idea is, can we use chip exemption to predict the expensive result? That is very important because if you want to promote a screening test for some diseases, you need to use the chip exemption that is only very feasible in a large scale. So in if you want to, for the ECG, we can use ECG to measure your cardio function, and we also can use echocardiogram to measure your cardio function. But report is different. You can see your AI-ECG report, they only need to write maybe less than 20 words. But for the echocardiogram, you can write a comprehensive result. Why? Because the echocardiogram can provide more details about that. So if we can use chip examination like ECG to predict the result from echocardiogram, that is a very important, because we can apply ECG in a systematic screening program and use the echocardiogram as a complementary test. And importantly, in the development stage, we used our hospital information systems information to develop the AI. In hospital information system, each ECG has a specific time point, and the laboratory test or other phenotype also have a specific time point. So we can merge them in a specific time window, for example, ECG and the potassium value within 1 hour. So we can apply this idea to the other human phenotype. So we can get a lot of ECG annotated database, and we also can get a lot of check X-ray database and so on. So after the development stage, we get an accuracy list for the AI-ECG. After we get this accuracy list, we just need to select some item with high application value and accuracy. So we have an AI-ECG platform. One ECG can be used to detect more than 50 diseases, and we transfer the license to the quantum computer. We get the TFDA approval and get the FDA breakthrough device certification. Now we deploy that into a lot of hospital, emergency, medical service, and public health center, and so on. And to date, in fact, we finished a lot of randomized controlled trial to understand the benefit of each model, or we call that each indication. And we also have some ongoing randomized controlled trial. So we hope we can promote the AI-ECG from hospital to community, because in the community, a lot of areas do not have enough physician, especially in cardiologists. So the ECG machine is very cheap. So we try to find some financial support to donate the ECG machine to the public health center. So here is our AI-ECG report. You can see in the top side, you can see the original ECG. And in the top left, here is the structural heart diseases module. We detect low ejection fraction, valve heart diseases, primary hypertension. All modules are supported by one randomized controlled trial in hospital. And we also try to identify people with arrhythmia. We have persistence, atrial fibrillation, paroxysmal atrial fibrillation, and a pacemaker indication. And we also provide cardiac age. That is a very important item, because in the screening purpose, we expect most of people receive the all-low risk report, but the cardiac age can provide some interesting for your population, because they may discuss about their cardiac age. So it can help us to recruit more people to receive the screening test. And last, we also estimate the CVD risk. Also, the first demonstrated site is Liuqiu, Xiaoliuqiu, in the Deputy Superintendent Lin has demonstrated that in the morning presentation. And for the low-risk population, we provide regular follow-up and healthy education. And importantly, in the high-risk subgroup, we group them to our hospital and to make the final diagnosis. That is very important, because this is a very remote island, you can see in the map. So if you cannot provide the transfer road, it is very difficult to let the screening result to change the outcome. So here is some result. The first group result for the AI-ECG positive cases. They conduct 25 echocardiogram, 6 TT, 1 12-hour Holter examination. And here's the result. You can see we find some abnormality. from this result. So here is the participant.
When I first had my
We can
heart
see.
stent put in, I felt so relieved. For people who don't have much money, the rural health station service really inspires confidence. I'm very grateful and happy. My heart feels weaker now, and it beats more slowly. I never thought about going to the hospital, but with friends from Shaoliu-Kyo accompanying me, I went to the rural health station for a checkup. Awesome.
My children each have their own careers. Now that we are old, we have to take even better care of our own health.
Okay, here is their experiences. So now we like this scenario. So a lot of we collaborate with a lot of county. First, we collaborate with Liuqiu, and we screened more than 1,000 people, and we also collaborate with Miaoli County. To date, we screened more than 12,000 people there, and we also collaborate with other county. You can see here. So to date, more than 22,000 residents in Taiwan are screened by this AI-ECG. But importantly, why we collaborate with this county 2 years, why to date only 22,000 people receive the screening? Because we collaborate with the public health center, and they let their resident go to public health center in some selected time interval, because they do not have enough manpower. So if a resident want to join this screening program, they need to take leave to get a screen. So we hope to create a second method to approach the resident. We hope we can take our ECG machine to the community site, and maybe we can conduct some screening program in weekend, and maybe we can improve the screening accessibility. But when we go to the community, a new question we found, because in a public health center, we have a personal room, and the people can go to the personal room to receive the 12-lead ECG. But in a community, we cannot find the personal room for the 12-lead ECG examination. So we need to reduce the number of 12-lead ECG examination. So we design a second two-stage flow. The first stage, we want to use the 1-lead ECG as a pre-screening tool, that maybe we can identify some people has high risk, and we can let the high-risk patient receive the 12-lead ECG. That can reduce the burden. So we collaborate with another county, Tainan County, and here is our here is the screening location. You can see we screen at the remote area, and for each day, our team has included one cardiologist to interpret the AI-ECG report, one project manager, one assistant, and more than 2 assistants to collecting lead 1 ECG, and more than 2 nurses measure the 12-lead ECG, and 1 technician measure the echocardiogram, because we want to get the final diagnosis in a community setting. Here is our preliminary data to date. About 1,500 people receive the 12-lead ECG, and we measure the lead 1 ECG at the same time. So each patient have both lead 1 ECG and the 12-lead ECG. For the 12-lead ECG high-risk patient, we recommend to conduct echocardiogram examination. But for low risk, we also random select someone for echocardiogram. Here is the result. About 2/3 are women. That is very similar compared with other screening program. The mean age is 62, and we found about 7% people has a high risk of any module. But importantly, most of high-risk patients come from the structural heart disease module. That means if you want to conduct a screening program, maybe the most important part is the structural heart disease, and the structural heart disease can be diagnosed by the echocardiogram. So you can use the echocardiogram as the confirmatory test. And a lot of people receive the Quanta ECG 102D. And in the high-risk subgroup, almost everyone receive the echocardiogram. Okay. Here's the preliminary study at Tainan. If we use the 12-lead ECG as the only one screening tool, 6.6% people has a high risk. And if we recommend all high-risk patients to receive the echocardiogram, we will find 31% people has a significant structural heart disease like low ejection fraction, valve heart diseases, and primary hypertension. Although remaining 70% people are not without these diseases, but we still can find some 14% people has some mild structural heart disease like LVH and so on. Importantly, if we assume the 1-lead ECG cost is $1, 12-lead ECG cost is $10, echocardiogram $100. Per each significant structural heart disease, we need to spend about $800. But if we use the 1-lead ECG as the initial screening tool, we may still find 22% people has high risk. And importantly, these high risk patients, they need to receive the 12-lead ECG machine, and we will find additional 20% people has both has high risk in 1-lead ECG and the 12-lead ECG. And in that subgroup, the possibility value is about 40%. And importantly, if we use this pipeline, we only need to spend about $400 per each significant structural heart disease. So, and the next step is how to, if we find the false positive case, you can find how to manage the false positive cases. That means the AI-ECG say yes, but echo says, oh, there's no normal patient. In fact, the false positive patients still have the higher risk to progress the significant structural heart disease. So I hope to let anyone to know if we want to because we want to answer a question how to manage the high patient the false positive case. So maybe we need to do some research about what strategy can be used to reduce the future risk for the false positive cases. Currently, the TFDA only focus on the accuracy evaluation, and we all know the pre-specified action is very important. Also, I also hope anyone can understand that. So I hope anyone can submit your idea to our collection. Okay, in the phase 2 study, I hope someone can understand the population is the high-risk patient identified by some AI model, and you may need to explore what kind of action can reduce the adverse event. And in the phase 3 study, I think a human factor is very important, like Hooi-Min's presentation. So maybe we need to put them together and try to design a study. Finally, we can use the AI to reduce the adverse event. This is my take-home message. The future of CVD management, I think the AI-ECG transform a single ECG into multi cardiovascular disease screening platform. The real-world deployment demonstrate that AI-ECG can identify high-risk interval efficiently and at low cost. The future of CVD screening lies in population-based AI-enabled precision screening rather than disease-specific testing. The optimal value of medical AI should be measured not only by accuracy, but by its ability to improve clinical decision, patient outcome, and healthy care accessibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful talk. Any question? Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor Lin, and from the presentation we heard before lunch and yours, this is a fantastic program. Congratulations. Well, when you talk about population-based screening, I may have missed it, but how do you identify the people to be screened? Have they already been pre-assessed and identified by their doctors or in the hospital as likely to be at risk, or are they just people who volunteer to be screened in the community, or is it a variety of methods?
In our study design, because we are still collecting data, so we do not know, maybe our participants have some disease history before. But when we, after 1 year in our country, we have the National Health Insurance Research Database. So we can link the data, link our participant data to the NHI research database. So we can understand more about the patient characteristics. So in our setting, in fact, we hope to screen the people without any disease history, or they do not have maybe CV OPD history. But to date, we do not know. This is just a preliminary data.
Okay, we can talk later, but I'm just curious then to know how people find out about this program and what would prompt or motivate people to volunteer for the screening, because most people probably have not heard anything about this before. So is there some public campaign or some way of nudging them for this screening?
Can you ask again?
So the question is, how do people find out about the screening and what motivates them to come to the screening? Why do people come to have the screening?
I think this is a big problem. I cannot resolve this problem because it is very difficult to let the people from their home to our station. We still hope to let more people to receive the program, but to date we have no strategy. We just collaborate with the county, and the county government help us to recruit the volunteer.
Thank you.
Maybe I can help with Brian's, the questions with Singapore approach. A very simple approach. We give them vouchers, shopping vouchers. So $5, $10 vouchers. Actually, that suddenly increases a lot of the population, the interest to get themselves screened. So we had another initiative in Singapore where we actually get the citizens to actually clock the step counts. And then for those who hit like 10,000 steps, like the first 1,000, they will actually get a Fitbit. So I think like that actually kind of incentivize, the behavior in the mass population settings. That's just one of the many approaches that Singapore has adopted. Yeah.
Yeah, and in Taiwan now the government also have some policy. If the participant people went to see go to the screening, maybe he can give some coin or reward, and he can use this coin to buy things to have some benefit for it. So usually when we deploy this system, usually we collaborate with the government of the county and add on the additional examination for the all activity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my boss, to help me. I think it is very difficult. We still need to collaborate with government. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we need to stick to the schedule. Okay, so let's thank Professor Chen's great talk again. Yeah, so if you have a further question, you can ask. I think a further question you can ask during the coffee break. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lin and Professor Cao. Now please take a few steps to the front. Professor Cao will present the reward. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please. Now it's time to take a break, and please come back as the session is scheduled to start at 2:50 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be ready shortly. Please ready to be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now invite the session moderator, Professor Song Ranling, Chair of the Department of Biomedical Engineering at National Taiwan University. Welcome.
The next speaker is Professor Li Yijia. He's now the Deputy Director of Department of Medical Research, National Taiwan University, and also the Professor of Department of Internal Medicine, College of Medicine, National Taiwan University. He got his PhD in NTU and also PhD in biostatistics in College of Public Health, NTU. He's a clinician working on mainly on the Helicobacter prevention and eradication. Especially, he launched a very long-term study in Mazu Island and has successfully reduced the rate of HP infection from 64% to 5%, and also the gastric cancer rate in Mazu has been reduced to less than 10%. Compared to the rate before he has done the HP eradication. And today he will talk about AI application in the diagnosis and HP and also the gastroenterology. Let's welcome Professor Li.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to have this opportunity to introduce our work. My topic is from population-based strategy to the AI-tailored prevention. I will use the Mazu Island experience and for my lecture. And we know that the stomach cancer is a very significant global burden. Now it is a number 5th of the global incidence and mortality among all cancer. Every year, there's 1 million patients develop new gastric cancer. But this is a high global burden, but it has a preventable cause. Because H. pylori infection, as you can see, is the primary cause of and treatable with the antibiotic treatment. Therefore, we know that if you have a H. pylori infection, remain untreated, the bacteria will introduce a chronic inflammation, and after the long-term inflammation, you will get the pre-malignant condition, and that includes, we call it atrophic gastritis and the intestinal metaplasia. So that will substantially increase the gastric cancer risk. So this kind of patient is a high-risk patient, may need endoscopic surveillance. Nonetheless, we need to diagnose the H. pylori and the primary gastric condition. It is limited by the time, cost, and the inter-observer variability, and you need a specialist to do the endoscopy or perform some spatial examination. So this is not an easy work. Now, this slide shows the natural cause of the gastric cancer carcinogenesis. From the right upper, from this one, this is the normal gastric mucosa. And you can see after H. pylori infection, you can see the nodular change of the stomach, and that is called the nodular gastritis. And then there's a hyperemia will progress to the pre-malignant condition. Therefore, you can see for those who have the high risk intragastric gastric mucosa damage, they have a higher risk for early gastric cancer. Nonetheless, if you want to prevent the gastric cancer, you require a repeat endoscopy screening because the early stage of the gastric cancer can rapidly progress to advanced stage in around 2 years. Therefore, if you, unfortunately, our treatment for the advanced stage disease progress is very limited. Therefore, we have 2 steps. First step is secondary prevention, is as we frequently did in many countries, repeat the endoscope for some high-risk population. And we also focus on the primary prevention, that is called H. pylori screen and the eradication. So this is our theoretical background. And let me introduce the Mazu Island. It's a natural laboratory for our pylori experiment. We did a lot of study based on this offshore island. If you want to go to Mazu Island, you will take 1 hour airplane or 8 hours by ship. And it is very close to China. And actually, in the past, in 2004, the gastric cancer is 5-4 that the Taiwan national average. So this is a very hard burden for the resident for Mazu Island. So we start our Mazu Island program in 2004. And it is actually very successful. So in 2014, 10 years later, we extend this strategy and using the colorectal cancer screening platform. That means that in Taiwan, we have a fecal immunochemical testing for colorectal cancer screening. So we combine the stool antigen test or HP. So we did a randomized control trial. And in 2018, we extend the strategy to indigenous community. And in this year, in 2026, we scale up to nationwide implementation across Taiwan. So this is a very successful public health effort from a small island to the policy of a nationwide strategy. So this is about 30 years ago. At that time, we still rely on the endoscopy. It's very hard because the endoscopy itself is required expertise. So every year, our staff in National Taiwan University Hospital need to take an airplane to Mazu Island to do the endoscopy screening. And as you can see, at that time, actually, in the beginning, there's a fiber endoscope, and then move to the electronic endoscopy. We did a biopsy to confirm whether or not they have an intragastric malignant condition. So we can stratify the population by using the biopsy method. But this is, as you can see, this is very hard because the patient need to come to receive the endoscopy and you need to take a biopsy, and the biopsy need to send to the pathologist to evaluation. So entire process is time-consuming and very unpractical. And most importantly, we found that the endoscopy is not very effective in reducing the gastric cancer risk. So after that, we started our H. pylori screening. That's called H. pylori screening and eradication using the antibiotics. And in the beginning, the H. pylori infection rate is 64%. And this year is only about 5% in Mazu Island. As you can see that in 2021, there's a 56% reduction of gastric cancer incident. And we expect that in 2030, there will be 70% reduction of the gastric cancer rate. This is very, very dramatic. And the mortality rate will decline after the incident rate because this is a primary prevention intervention. And because of this effort, we have been invited to IARC and published several guidelines for us using this kind of strategy as for prevention of gastric cancer. And the one beside me is the Magistrate of the Mazu Island at that time in 2014. And then we launched another meeting in IARC again 10 years later. And you can see my hair turns white, and I'm very old now. But actually, this is very dramatic because currently in Mazu Island, there's almost no gastric cancer, and the peptides are also very few. But we also extend this strategy. But I know that everybody want to provide some screening program for very high-risk populations. But sometimes, for example, for AI, sometimes you do not trigger the medical action, it's useless. So fortunately, using the H. pylori screening, you can take antibiotic for those who test positive. So you can make a change of their stomach ecosystem so they can reduce their cancer risk. So this, we say, extend the policy to the indigenous population living in the high mountain eastern core of Taiwan, including the Taitung, Hualien, etc. There are 55 indigenous townships. And this is also very successful. So this year, up to now, July 7, there are almost 600,000 people received the H. pylori screen this year. So the overall positivity rate is 22%. And this is my test result negative. So this is a very special feeling that I performed the testing that I was denied by myself. So this is ongoing. I will expect that this year we probably may screen 1 million people for H. pylori screening together with the colorectal cancer screening. So, but now we focus on the population screening. Sometimes it's still not enough to completely eliminate the gastric cancer rate because some people who remain infected with H. pylori infection and some people who have developed a severe premalignant condition, they still have a risk because you know that we can reduce by about 50% of the gastric cancer rate. But you want to stratify the population is still very hard because the histology is difficult. You need the expertise to classify the severity of the intragastric mucosal change. And the resource is everywhere is limited, including our hospital. And the high workload and the limited manpower is especially crucial in the rural area. And the expertise gap is also very important because actually pathology is not available in Mazu Island. So we want to test a hypothesis that could the routine capture upper endoscopy could directly into the global stomach health assessment because everybody actually endoscopy is a very common procedure in Taiwan. For me, every time I did an endoscopy, my results showed gastritis. What is gastritis? I don't know. More probably a routine diagnosis for the endoscopy, but that's not informative at all. I don't know what can I do and what additional tests I need. So we actually in Mazu Island, we still find some cases who has developed a severe, like this one, have a severe premalignant condition. They still have the gastric cancer risk after H. pylori eradication. So this kind of patient may benefit from the repeat endoscopy. We do not need to endoscopy everyone, but we should need to focus on those who have received endoscopy and confirm they have a severe high risk for gastric cancer. And we can allocate the limited upper endoscope resources to this kind of patient, and they will benefit from the early detection. So that is our rationale. So we moved to the AI-tailored individual assessment because that upper endoscopy, sometimes you need to take a lot of time to capture a lot of image, but actually you do not use that kind of information. It is actually very pity. So we want to use that kind of the image to detect HP infection and the premalignant condition. And actually we achieve this, and the system can provide a result in 1 minute. So this is our pipeline. Our pipeline is mirrored as per reasoning. First of all, we have an extensive collect medical upper endoscope image from our hospital. We have 10 hospitals, so we collect about 100,000 images from our hospital database and annotate them and separate into the premalignant condition or not. And the second stage is exclude the blurred and some enhanced imaging that is and the organic lesion, because organic lesion can be trigger medical action. We do not need to see the organic lesion. We want to see the normal appearing gastric mucosa not frequently ignored by the physician. And then we need to also separate the non-stomach region from the gastric mucosa. And we classify the region by of the stomach cancer fundus corpus because they have a different endoscopy appearance for if they have a HP infection or a premalignant condition. Finally, we provide the gastric cancer risk evaluation. This is our pipeline. And actually, this is not easy work to perform. We want to simulate the physician, and we want to actually simulate the pathologist, the expertise in diagnosis in this diagnostic workflow. So there are a lot of AI models incorporated in this system. For example, we need to exclude the broad region. We need to remove the sound image with obvious region. And the system will remove the non-gastric image because in the stomach examination, we have an esophageal image and also duodenal image as well. And we need to classify the stomach region. We need to determine whether or not he had an HP infection. And we classify the premalignant condition or not using the histology as a reference standard. And finally, we will also provide the risk assessment score for using the convolutional neural network system. And this is the whole story of our work in Mazu Island. First of all, definitely to avoid the garbage in and the garbage out, you need to qualify your image. Otherwise, your broad region is, generally speaking, useless. The second one is exclusion of organic region, because organic region actually is not very easy to see, because everybody is seeing the normal that kind of region is very easy to see by the endoscope. But what I want to do is do this one, this area actually is commonly ignored by the physician. Nonetheless, this kind of normal appearing mucosa actually has great information for the future risk of the stomach cancer. And we also classify the stomach from the non-stomach image. It's quite easy by AI because they look so different. So this is quite easy. You do not need to collect a lot of images. So AI can rapidly have a very good performance. And we also segmented the stomach location according to we call it the fundus and the cardia and the body and the entrance. Sometimes the location will overlap. Nonetheless, their endoscopy appearance when they have HP information, the appearance is different. So we took a great number of the endoscope images to achieve the classification test. And we also classify whether or not we can identify the premalignant condition. In this way, we need to enhance the endoscopy image because the subtle change of the vascular and mucosal change, you need to enhance that. Otherwise, it is very difficult to make a difference between the non-premalignant or premalignant lesion. And H. pylori mucosa is relatively easier because, as you can see, this is a typical H. pylori infection. Gastric mucosa, there's a reddish change and uneven of the gastric mucosa. And by contrast, this is a normal gastric mucosa. So if you can easily differentiate them, AI will very easy also as well. It's not difficult at all. So we also did a model selection for each step. Take a long time, but we select the best one to input in our system, AI system. We want to establish a bundle system composed of multiple AI model and finally get a final report for the physician as well as for the patient to make a judgment and to predict their risk and to make a follow-up of endoscopy more efficiently. So now we also want to explain how AI see the gastric mucosa. In this way, we do the heat map, and we also sometimes we need to show the heat map here, and you can see actually if you have a premalignant condition that where AI will see sometimes the AI will, in the beginning phase, sometimes AI will show you just focus on the endoscopy. What's the meaning? It's completely wrong. So you need to confirm that the AI is actually looking at what you want to see, what the experts also agree that this is the lesion. And in our development phase, diagnostic accuracy is actually very good. And for prediction of the active HP infection is 92%. For pulmonary gastric lesion is almost 90%. But we select a lot, some AI model, and we use the urine-based test and the histology. This is very encouraging. And actually, this model development, we use the 10 years of data to reach that diagnosis accuracy. And then we also consider that probably we can improve the interpretability using a more comprehensive way that if your result and can predict your gastric cancer risk, that will be very useful because up to now in physician, it is still a very difficult hard, and you can to make a judgment because for some doctor you will consider this is of risk of gastric cancer, but the other physicians do not think so. So there are significant inter-observer reliability. So we use AI. So we collect the data from the database that some patients develop gastric cancer after probably 5 years, 10 years later, and some patients and do not have a gastric cancer development. We want to use our model whether or not this kind of system can differentiate their gastric cancer risk. So this is a result that, as we can see, we simply use the age and gender. The AUC is 70%. It's not good. And if you use the H. pylori predicted by the model, is increased to 82%. And if you can use the H. pylori, AG, and IM, that's a premalignant condition, the accuracy can reach 90%. The sharp analysis also showed that the most influential factor is the H. pylori infection and the entrant IM, age, body IM. And so that's kind of information is highly relevant to the clinical rationale. So I think that this is consistent with our current expertise concept. The AI model is indeed relevant to the gastric cancer in Mazu Island. So, 4 minutes, sorry. And so we also did an implementation study in Mazu Island. So we invited them to receive some testing, and those who testing positive will receive the endoscopy screening. And I have a very good relationship for the people in Mazu Island. So I am awarded by the honorary citizen in Mazu Island right now. I can buy the very good alcohol in Mazu Island. And you can see that the prevalence rate actually in our implementation study is very similar to observed result AI and the atrophic intestinal metaplasia. Diagnostic accuracy is also similar, but the intestinal metaplasia is lower because the general speaking intestinal metaplasia is patchy distribution. Actually our reference standard, well, I am not sure if our clinical user reference standard can really predict the gastric cancer risk because in our system, we use the whole available image to predict the gastric cancer risk. So this is some unknown area. So this is a patient, so we can collect the data and then they move to the several steps of the gastric cancer stratification, and finally, this patient classified as a high risk of gastric cancer is subsequently developed gastric cancer in Mazu Island. So we also did a cost-effect analysis because using some assumption that we found that this kind of strategy combined with primary care and the secondary prevention can increase the life year gain, but at low cost. That is a cost-saving strategy. It's a very encouragement result. Let me show the slide, the video, please. So this is a video we can select your image, and then we can exclude the broad region, polyp, ulcer, and we can classify the region area. And it's very rapid, sorry. And then we can classify the region, and we can predict the H. pylori. And also we can predict using the show the heat map to confirm that the attention is correct. Also, we do the histology prediction as well, and you can click this one, and then they will show the also as well the heat map showing that where the computer consider this is a premalignant condition, and overall we can also collect the full report. That is, you can include the H. pylori, AGIM, and the sex and the gender, and we can do the logistic equation, and finally we can get a risk score. As you can see that the whole process takes about 1 minute and 30 seconds. So it's very rapid. Sorry. Can I move to the last slide? So further direction is that we need to do some clinical research to confirm this kind of the implementation is really benefit to our patient, to our resident, and the primary care physician can be more confident to explain the result of an endoscopy image. And we also need to identify whether a better AI better than traditional biopsy method in risk prediction. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The final slide. So this is my take-home message that we show that the step-by-step AI can extract the clinical information and predict the risk of gastric cancer within 1 minute. That is beyond our previous imagination. And this process actually can be established in the medical center and validated in the rural hospital. And also, the AI actually can be cost-saving, can be so-saving. So I think that that may be establish a method to decrease the health disparity and improve the overall health, and especially for stomach cancer, cancer prevention and health care. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? I have a question that you've seen the image analysis. You mentioned that the prediction of HP infection can be as high as 98%. So can it replace the conventional urea breathing test?
That's a very important question because our AI may specify this as a high risk for H. pylori infection. So in current practice, this is a trigger another confirmatory diagnosis because AI itself is not suitable for a confirmatory diagnosis. So in our process, we just ask them to receive another urea breath test or stool antigen test to confirm the diagnosis.
And also about the cancer prediction, if you say the predicted cancer risk is 0.5, what does it mean by 0.5? The patient will has a gastric cancer within 7 years?
This is we based on the RC curve that this is the probability. We think that the sensitivity and specificity are the highest, the point, and the value is level 0.5. So do not mean that the level 0.5 is the probability. It's just a count of value in the multivariate analysis. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, if there are no other questions, let's thank Professor Lee again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And we now invite Dr. Lin to honor Dr. Lee with a certificate of appreciation. Thank you, Professor Lee and Professor Lin. Let's give them another round of applause, please. And now, please welcome the moderator of Session 9, Professor Renyong Huang, Executive Dean of the National Defense Medical University. Welcome.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. It's my greatest honor and privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Shijia Chen. Professor Chen Professor Chen received his medical doctor degree and a PhD from National Taiwan University. And throughout his illustrious career, his research focused on radiology, especially focused on cardio radiology, pediatric radiology, and the 3D image, and the integration of artificial intelligence in clinical practice. He currently serves as chairman and the radiologist of the Taiwan University Hospital. He's also a distinguished board member of Taiwan Radiology Society and the vice chairman of the Asian Society of Cardiovascular Image. Professor Chen will share his remarkable real-world operation performance and breakthrough about his title, Practical Experience of AI's oral cancer screening in Hualien, a remote community in eastern Taiwan. Please join me to welcome Professor Shijia Chen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderators. Very kind introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my dear honor to be invited to share my experience about using and create the AI algorithm to perform the oral cancer screening in Hualien. Okay, this is my closure. In the past 1.5 years, our team got the 3 first prize. One from the National Taiwan University, and one is from our National Science and Technology Council, and one is from our academic syndicate. And finally, in the last December, our team got the National Innovation Award. As you know, the oral cancer is a global issue, not only at Taiwan, because here is the so-called risk for oral cancer creation. As you know that in Taiwan, we have a large population of peanut consuming. But however, you can see from the WHO map, there are lots of countries that have a deep color than Taiwan here, because there are high prevalence of HPV virus infection, especially the type 16, that also created so-called precancerous malignancy of the oral cancer or OPMD. So oral cancer is not only a Taiwan's issue, but also a global issue. But as you know, it's very sad because now, up to now, there are lack of very friendly use, very easily used of the tool to detect oral cancer. And most of the people, even at the Taiwan with high surveillance screening program, we still found the oral cancer in that stage. So the mortality is very high in Taiwan and also in the global situation. There are 2 major reasons. The first one is because the shortage of the specialists, especially the dentists who major on the oral cancer screening. Another is a shortage of the ENT men. All of them mostly in the urban area and in the remote area that are limited medical resources. And the second factor is there are no very easily used tool to perform the large-scale oral cancer screening. So that's the reason why our team want to create a tool that to solve this problem. And how about the sensitivity and the specificity of the so-called expert that in oral cancer screening? As you know from this paper, you can see the sensitivity is only 71 and the specificity is about 85% in those cases with evident oral lesion in the oral mucosa. So the experts still don't have a very high sensitivity and specificity in a direct inspection of the oral lesion to do the oral cancer screening. So my team from 6 years ago, we collect more than 30,000 high quality oral lesion images to train our AI model in order to create a model that can predict oral cancer as early as possible. This is due to the help of our team, Professor Lee, with the correction of such very high quality images in the past 25 years. And for the risk stratification, we use our tool to classify to 3 orders of the different risk. The green line indicated the 0 risk factor of the oral cancer formation, and the red line indicated the lesion detected by AI maybe is the oral cancer or the pre-cancer situation, so-called as OPMD. This is our technique, the so-called MACA technique. M indicates the mobile device, and the A is the augmented reality. We can use the augmented reality to guide us to take a proper position and the proper location of the oral mucosa. And the C is the cloud computing. And because we deploy our AI algorithm in the cloud. And finally, A is artificial intelligence. So the artificial intelligence model let us to can very easily make a risk stratification of the oral lesion detected by the AI algorithm. And the ninth position, we follow the so-called Hans method of the screening of the oral cancer. Professor Han Liangjun is our National Medical Contribution Award recipient, and he devoted his life in the oral cancer prevention and the BINA prevention. So he published his method of the oral cancer screening. So our AI algorithm follow the so-called Hans method to perform the oral cancer screening. And using our high quality image data in our laboratory, testing our oral cancer AI algorithm, we can get a very high sensitivity, specificity, MPV, PPV, almost all achieve 99% accuracy in the high-risk group, the oral cancer detection. So in compared to the conventional screening by the so-called expert or doctors, my tool, so-called MACA screening, can be operated by anyone in only 2 minutes anywhere if you have a cellular phone, and the result is very instant. And we have a photo to prove that the AI algorithm map the lesion of detected, and the follow-up we have unlimited resources to be followed up by cellular phone. And this is one example that using our AI algorithm to detect a so-called high-risk group, and after 2 weeks of the biopsy, the pathology shows a moderate dysplasia. That means it's a so-called early oral cancer or OPMD, or potential malignant disorder. So we conduct such a tour in the East remote community area by the help of the Hoa-Liên Hospital at the community. So we bring our cellular phone installed with our AI algorithm to make a screening. This is a real scenario at there. You can see left one is one case and right one is another case. So very easily using the cellular phone with our spatial design augmented reality, you can make a very proper positioning of the oral mucosa to be tagged. And you can upload those images to the cloud, and the cloud AI algorithm will give you the answer within 20 seconds. So this is a demographic data in the past year, 2025. We conduct about 600 cases study at the Hualien. And this is the result. The gold standard is by the three very oral surgeon expert. In the upper rows with light blue show that the AI result have consensus by three dentists. That means the picture detected by AI is with a typical appearance. So the performance is very high. And the lower three deep blue one are those initially the lesion detected by the AI are not totally agreed by the three dentists in the initial stage. After we make a name together to discuss one by one, then finally they reach consensus. So-called last lesion means not so typically, but still we can see the sensitivity is 75% and the specificity is 98%, which is much better than the expert has been published in the paper. And the AUC you can see very good ROC curve with area under the curve more than 93, 95. And also we get some satisfaction feedback from the cases receivers, different kind of screening. One is our cellular phone mediated so-called marker screening. Another one at the right side is the conventional visual screening. You can see about the convenience and the comfortable and the clarity and also reasonable waiting time and acceptable of the total examination time and overall satisfaction score. Our AI mediated cellular phone marker screening is have a good satisfaction feedback from our patients. So this is my take-home message about my talk. Marker AI screening now for oral cancer is available, and the diagnostic performance in real world triage is very excellent and enrich the patient's experience and engagement. And also because using the cellular phone to perform cancer screening is very easy. As you know, in Taiwan, I think everyone has more than, in average adult cases in Taiwan, actually more than 1.3 cellular phone have by the Taiwan adult. So it's a very scalable gateway to perform a large scale secondary prevention or so-called oral cancer screening. So now oral cancer AI screening is achievable anytime, anywhere in just 2 minutes. And 3 weeks ago, I also performed a presentation at another symposium. I asked someone volunteer to come to the stage for screening. In 2 minutes, this person has got a red high-risk patient, and we asked the patient to go to my hospital, and finally, after the biopsy, it proved it's a moderate dysplasia cases, so it's OPMD cases. So this is all of my talk, but I still have time, so I would like ask someone volunteer can step up, and I will perform a real-time oral cancer screening for anyone who will accept my AI algorithm. So actually, in my phone, I have a algorithm. Here is an app, so I can so actually, I want to screen the eight position. in reality life. So okay, so I take the live photo, and now I can upload the picture. 摄影机，看。Upload this picture to the cloud, and I deploy the AI algorithm in the cloud. And now it's reading data. Okay. Congratulations to you. You have no risk of oral mucosa lesion. 完全正常。Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much for Professor Chen's wonderful and inspiration presentation and the real world performance of their clinical innovative app in Hualien region. But it's also a real-time workshop for how to use this app easily. So it's really, I just wonder, maybe tomorrow I will lose my job because oral screening is the basic work for a dentist. So it's very I'm so impressive for this kind of innovative tools. Any questions from our audience?
Your app is have a lot of interest in, and do you follow the 14 red case screened by your program? And do you find they have some real cancer diagnosis after they get this result? And importantly, because when I use Samsung cell phone or iPhone cell phone, when I take a photo, I found although I take the photo, take the same thing, but I will find the color is different. So do you think maybe using some cell phone to take a photo will if the doctor see the photo to make a diagnosis or make a judgment, is not have enough accuracy?
For the second question, you mean that if you use a different type of the cellular phone or different model of the cellular phone, does this occur the accuracy different, right? Yeah.
Maybe I need to ask more because you use the physician judgment as the golden standard in your community screening program, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if I just imagine if I use some cell phone to upload the photo, but in fact some lesion original color maybe pink, but maybe after the pre-process by cell phone, the image, the lesion image maybe maybe red. So, but the physician only see the photo; they cannot see the real lesion, right? So it's not have enough accuracy, and because after this program, you find 14 red cases, right? And do you ever follow them?
Not yet, because this is not a clinical trial design. It's a so-called preclinical trial to prove the efficacy of these devices. Yeah, it's a weak point about we use the 3 dentist consensus as a gold standard. You mean that? Yes, now we are performing the real clinical trial with the biopsy as the gold standard now. And this study was conducted just 2025, last year. And in this year, we are conduct a real clinical trial with biopsy as a gold standard.
Yeah. Thank you.
Audience, I have a brief question regarding the public health perspective. I just wonder how many persons receiving this AI-assisted oral screening, then he was or she was identified as red light, and then sent to the hospital to identify the proof oral cancer lesions. How many persons or how many percentages?
Yeah, actually, it's because at the Hualien is conducted by Chiji Hospital, not my hospital. But we also conduct a multi-center preclinical trial in my hospital and our branch at the Beihu Fenyuan. Yeah, so we now maybe correct about 10 cases, more than 10 cases has flag red, and we also have a so-called green pathway. For those we flag red cases, directly go to the dentist department to take a biopsy. And all of them have been proved by histology. They are real OPMD cases, more than moderate dysplasia by histology. Yeah, because the prevalence is not so high at the Type A city, so we cannot pick up many cases with real flag red cases.
And I have one more question is that palpation and by manual inspection is very important to identify oral cancer lesions, especially for the lesions, except for the leukoplakia, such as erythroplakia lesions. It's very important to palpation and by manual inspection, the oral lesions. So in this app tool, they cannot differentiate the consistency or the soft tissue qualities just image assisted. They cannot differentiate, or they have the difficulties in recognize erythroplakia lesions, right?
Actually, I'm a radiologist. As you know, that more than 2/3 of the FDA-approved AI algorithm come from radiologists. In the experience of the radiology field, we found that image itself, if you go deeply into the pixel, then the pixel will tell you the texture. So I know the conventional screening is by direct visual inspection plus physical palpation. But actually, imagery, using the AI, you can quantify the texture of the lesion, not only the color of the lesion. So I think in the AI algorithm, we train with a lot of high quality imagery. Actually, in the AI algorithm, indeed, they may be a little some information about the texture of the lesion detected by the AI algorithm. Like we found that I also conduct another AI creation for lung cancer, and we can use the CT image to predict if the lung cancer have EGFR mutation, so-called radiomic. That means that the data in the pixels carry a lot of information beyond our imagination. So I think the AI algorithm actually can differentiate between different texture of the lesion detected by the AI.
Questions from the audience? Okay, let's give another big applause to Professor Chen. Thank you very much.
Thank you all of your attention. Thank you.
We will now recognize Professor Chen with a certificate of appreciation. Let's give them another round of applause. And now we are pleased to invite the moderator of session 10, Professor Yu-Qi Dong, Associate Dean of the College of Public Health, NTU. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Assistant Professor Bingxuan Xie. Professor Xie is an assistant professor at School of Pharmacy, National Defense Medical University in Taiwan. He holds a PhD in health economics from the University of Glasgow in the UK, bringing a strong foundation in clinical pharmacy with advanced health economics expertise. Professor Xie specializes in health economics and health technology assessment. Today, he will be sharing his insights on a highly crucial and timely topic, beyond accuracy, a health economic evidence spectrum for AI-ECG. In this talk, he will take us beyond mere diagnostic accuracy to examine the real-world value and cost-effectiveness analysis of AI-enabled diagnostics. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Bingxuan Xie.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. And thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Bingxuan Xie from the National Defense Medical University. Apologies, like I just recovered from a cold, and my voice has not fully come back. And so today, my talk is beyond accuracy. And before my talk, I want to ask a simple question. We now have many powerful models for AI models for ECG, but which of them are worth adopting in the real world? And my field, health economics, try to answer the questions with evidence. And why beyond accuracy? Because a model can be highly accurate, but still not worth adopting. So in the next 15 minutes, I will introduce a few case studies from our own work. Over the past few years, our group has built a AI-ECG research program, and today I will walk you through 4 economic evaluations from this program. They sit on a spectrum. On the top row, case 1 and 2 is modeling based. We estimate the value before any trial exists. And at the bottom row, case 3 and 4, they are trial based. The value was measured in real trials. And case 1 is screening for atrial fibrillation. It's a screening for asymptomatic left ventricular dysfunction in the hospital. And case 2 is screening for atrial fibrillation in rural communities. And case 3 is a mortality alert for hospital inpatients. And case 4 is STEMI alert in the emergency department. Before introducing the cases, let me explain why ECG is such a good target for AI screening. There are a few reasons. First, ECG is everywhere, and standard 12-lead ECG format is consistent across hospitals, and each test is quite affordable, so we have already recorded millions of them. And second, AI can read hidden signals, and it can detect structural and prognostic features in the ECG that human eyes cannot see. And third, screening can help us reach the people we usually missed. And since ECG is already part of routine care, so we add no extra burden to the patient. So we just read an existing test in a smarter way. So the data is already there, and the cost is already paid. And AI let us get extra value from existing test. So for a healthcare system with a limited budget, that is a very good starting point. And let's start with case 1. Case 1 is the target is asymptomatic left ventricular dysfunction. In this case, the heart pumping function is already low, an ejection fraction of 40% or less. But patients still don't have any symptom, they don't feel it. And this condition is important. It is 2 to 4 times higher than symptomatic heart failure. If we find it early, and simple low-cost drugs such as ACE inhibitor and beta blocker can slow the disease progression. However, the problem is detection. And the echocardiogram is the gold standard, but it is too expensive to give to everyone. So we let the AI read the routine ECG and flag high-risk patients. So we don't do any extra test for the patient. And the model performs well. The area under curve is around 0.95 in external testing. And more importantly, in the prospective validation, for high-risk group patients, 12.6% of them had true disease within 12 months, where for low-risk group patients, only have it in 1 in 1,000. So the AI concentrates the risk group into a small group. That is exactly what a screening should do. But how do we turn this into economics? So we built a decision analytic model. It covers 2 parts. The first part is a short-term decision tree. It models the event right after the screening. So if the AI says positive and the patient gets an echo, and the echo confirms a true case or confirm a false positive, or confirms a false positive, and if the AI says negative, the patient is either a true negative or sometimes a missed case. And the second part is a lifetime Markov model. So we model the patient a lifetime horizon, and patient will move between the 3 health states: asymptomatic left ventricular dysfunction, symptomatic heart failure, and death. And the key idea is treated patients move toward heart failure or death more slowly than untreated patients. And we took conservative assumption in this study. We took the payer's perspective, the horizon, and we use the willingness to pay of 1 GDP per capita, which is about $35,000 per quality. And let me explain the last terms in plain words. So quality of the just life year is a year of life in full health. And that is how health economics usually we used to compare very different treatment on the same scale. And a willingness to pay threshold is the most health system will pay for such a year. And when I'm talking about this, that reminds like 10 years ago, Olivia explained this term to me in her office. And here are the results. And the incremental cost effectiveness ratio is minus $7,400 per quality, which means the AI screening is not just cost effective, it saves money while improving health. But why does it save money? Because AI-ECG identify the disease early and start drug treatment and prevent expensive hospital admission in the future. So we invest a little now and we avoid a lot later. And on the right-hand side is the uncertainty analysis. Each dot is a simulation. And here you can see the green dots is almost 91% of them fell below the willingness to pay threshold. So it's either cost saving or cost effective. And across the wide willingness to pay range, the acceptability curve sits around 92%. And the result was robust across age, sex, and even if the AI cost 5 times higher than a single ECG. And now move to case 2. It's the same platform, but very different setting. It's screening for atrial fibrillation in rural communities. And AF matters because it's common but often silent. And at the age of 65 and above, the prevalence is about 2.5%, and many do not know. And if we find it early, and anticoagulant drugs can reduce the risk of stroke by about 60%. But the challenge in rural Taiwan is access. Cardiologists is scarce. So our question is, can AI fill the gap? And the AI model performs very well. The sensitivity is almost 98% and specificity over 99%. And it was trained on more than 280,000 patients across three hospitals. And the structure is similar to case 1, a decision tree and a Markov model. But now the Markov model involves 4 disease states: atrial fibrillation, ischemic stroke, brain hemorrhage, and death. And here I would like to highlight a few key parameters. We assume the AF prevalence of 2.5%, and a single ECG can only detect part of it. The detection rate is 1.4% because AF comes and goes, is paroxysmal. And we assume around 58% of patients will start their anticoagulant drugs because of their age and comorbidity and maybe other reasons. And more importantly, one important parameter is the referral rate. We assume around 82% of patients who flag patients will initiate to reach your doctor for follow-up. So in this model, we try to find the best local data we can have and took conservative and careful assumption. And here are the results. We compare 3 strategies: no screening, AI screening, and referral, and physician-led screening with a 12-lead ECG. So when we compare AI ECG with no screening, so the AI costs about $4,000 more per extra quality. So, and in this case, we set 1 GDP per capita as a reference. So this is quite well below our benchmark. So it's cost effective. And physician-led screening costs again a little more health, but it also costs more. And the ISO was $6,000 per extra quality, still cost effective. So both screening approaches provide good value, but the real question is which one fits our setting and our budget. In many rural areas in Taiwan, so the physician-led screening is not even available because there is no physician to lead it. So the practical choice is between screening with AI and not screening at all. So these two practical lessons. So first, context matters. Where cardiologists are scarce, AI-ECG is not just a cheaper option. It is often the only feasible the way to screen at all. And second, referral pathway is the lever. Our results is very sensitive to it. So according to this diagram, so the referral rate is the most influential parameters. So investing in referral logistics is investing in the value. So a perfect algorithm without follow-up creates no health. And third, let's move to the case, the trial-based cases. Case 3 is the mortality alert for inpatient, as introduced by Professor Lin before our lunch. Standard scores use vital signs and their values, and they miss the risk signal hidden in the ECG. So in this trial, our group tested in a real trial. And among the almost 16,000 patients, the 90-day all-cause mortality fell from 4.3% to 3.6%. And so the clinical benefit is clear, but is it worth it? And so on the cost side, over the 90-day period, the AI arm costs about $400 more compared to control arm, which most of them went to drugs and ICU care. And this makes sense when the alert for like a high-risk group for mortality, the team steps in and treat them more actively. And when we look at the outcome and cost together, the extra $400 per patient with a reduction of mortality rate of 0.7%, resulting in the ISA of $59,500 per death averted. So if we, there's no standard to tell us which one, if this is cost effective. But if we think about, we use 1 GDP per capita as a reference for a quality, and this is almost 1.5 quality to prevent a health. So for an intervention, prevent a death. So this is good value. And case 4 is the STEMI alert. So as it also introduced by Professor Lin before lunch. And so this, in this case, so STEMI is a major heart attack. Minutes matter. So, and the guideline is clear that we open the broken artery within 90 minutes. However, the first ECG is sometimes misread. So we let the AI send the alert message directly to the on-call cardiologist to save the time. So in the trial, the median door-to-ballroom time was shortened by 14 minutes. So in this economic analysis, the economic change, so we found the AI-ECG saves money, so, and it saves about $5,200 per patient, and is almost lower in every category. So, so the results clear. So, so the AI, the STEMI alert, increase the door-to-ballroom. Sorry, I mean like the proportion of patients treated within 90 minutes rose from 48% to 76%, with a cost reduction of $5,200 per patient. So in economic terms, this is we call a dominant strategy. So my final message is, first, AI screening is economically attractive. Screening for left ventricular dysfunction is dominant, it saves money. And screening for atrial fibrillation in rural communities is cost effective. And second, integration into care pathway is essential. So algorithms accuracy is only the starting point. The referral and treatment pathway is what decide the real world value. And modeling help us to estimate the value before the trial. So my final thought is, I think nowadays the hardest part of medical AI is not build the algorithm. The hardest part of it is to fitting it into real clinics, budgets, and care pathways, and proving it with evidence they are good value for money. Thank you very much for your attention.
We now have about 5 minutes for a short Q&A session. Do you have any question? I have one question. In your research, what were the biggest structural or clinical hurdles you encountered when integrating the AI alerts into existing hospital workflows?
Yeah, the hardest hurdle. So, you mean for the mortality alert trial? Yes. So because this short-term alert, so we can only we try in this study the results is the extra cost for a death averted. So because this is a short-term alert, but ideally we may want to have a longer follow-up. Yeah, I think that is maybe in the future we can think about.
Okay. Any questions? No? Okay. One more question. Given that universal screening period universal AF screening proved cost-effective in rural communities where specialist resources are scarce, how scalable do you think this health economic framework is for other areas?
You mean like how do this study apply to other
or
disease?
The whole country.
Okay, so yeah, I think this this study is just like a kind of a starting point, but I think for an economic evaluation for screening strategy that can be more dedicated. We can try to think about how to fit the real question. Yeah, so I think it depends on it depends on the disease and how often we should screen for it, and also the detection rate is also an important issue. So I think this is just a starting point, and to think about how do we design our future studies.
Thank you. And the last question is, what other AI diagnostics are you looking to evaluate next using the model?
Oh. Do you mean my next topic?
Yes.
So because I'm not an AI person, so I would need to discuss with Professor Lim to see if his model what is our next target.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Xie, for the nice presentation. To summarize, Professor Xie has shown us that evaluating medical AI must move beyond accuracy, while clinical performance like sensitivity and specificity are important. The true value of AI diagnostics lies in how they integrate into care pathways and transform downstream patient outcomes and system costs. Let us thank Professor Xie once again for his time and work today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Xie and Professor Dong. We will now present a token of our appreciation to Dr. Xie. Let's give them another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take our final coffee break of today. And please be back as our session begins at 4:30 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be starting shortly. Please ready to be seated. Thank you.
对，你是这边演讲，没错。你要先就位吗？还是你要有一个出场仪式？不用吗？你先就位吗？好。等一下把直播连结给你。 那威霆先来，那你这边首长第二个好不好？首长，那你第二个，抱歉。看着中间那个摄影机，你看，就是你等一下就是这样绕着弄。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final session. And now please join me in welcoming the moderator of our final session, Professor Qing Lin. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. This session is for our NPJ Digital Medicine Collection because in Hooi-Min Lim's presentation, she emphasized the importance of follow-up action for the AI model. So we let everyone in Taiwan to submit their abstract to this conference, and now we select two interested research to address our AI action bundle. So first one, I will introduce the first presenter, Professor Yongchun Zhang. He is the director of Graduate Institute of Data Science in Taipei Medical University. I know he maybe 1 or 2 years ago, and after I become his Facebook friend, every month I found he published a paper, he get a award, every month he has the news. So that is why I select him as the first presenter. So today he will give us a talk about his AI work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lin's introduction. And it's my honor to be here. And today's talk, it's a very short talk. So the talk I want to share the experience and our current work is using the language model. Maybe you can say large language model or small language model from clinical narrative to bedside. Okay, so that means the system we called AIDE, AI-driven emergency care. So that means the model has already deployed in the emergency care department. Okay,
this is my profile, and thank you, Professor, Li's introduction. And my background is about natural language processing and computer science. So all of the talk is a little bit focused on the technical part, okay? All right, so before the introduction of the talk, I would like to show you the video, very short video, to demonstrate the motivation of this project.
Over 60% of emergency departments worldwide face overcrowding. When 25% of patients wait over 4 hours, the risk of death within 10 days increases by 34%. The TMU Big Data team developed AI-DE. By analyzing triage vitals and clinical consultation notes, it delivers precise risk predictions and resource optimization within 3 to 5 minutes. Compared to physicians, its accuracy is 23% higher. Scientific analysis shows that AI-DE integrates patient information to identify risks early and support physician decisions. This optimizes medical resources and significantly improves the quality of care. AI-DE, more than AI, it's a medical assistant safeguarding lives.
Right, so in order to face the challenge in the emergency department, so the amendment of this project is, the first one is to improve the throughput, and the second is to reduce the unnecessary exam, okay? So this is the whole picture. So as you can see here, okay, here, the idea is that when the patient arrives the ED room, firstly, we can do the triage. After triage, we can collect the vital sign and the chief complaint from the patient. So it's about maybe 30 minutes. And afterwards, the data fit into our system we call AI-DE. So there are several models to predict, for example, to predict the outcome of the patient or predict the necessary exam of the patient, and maybe the patient say maybe the patient say he have the chest pain. Okay, our model can predict the AMI or stroke. So after prediction, so the doctor can refer the prediction result to do the decision making. All right, so this is the architecture for the methodology. So our input, including the vital sign here, the left-hand side, okay, the vital sign, and also the clinical narrative, including the chief complaint and the history. So the first challenge you can see here, because in Taiwan settings, the ED environment using the mixed language. As you can see here, there are Mandarin Chinese and the English and the very short the keywords. So for the language model, it is difficult to process it, and how to teach the machine to learn the clinical narrative well is very challenging. All right. The second challenge point is how to integrate the vital sign and the clinical narrative together to predict the outcome. All right. So in this work, I would like to present CT scanned decision support. So you can imagine that the input vital sign and the clinical narrative, and to predict the CT necessary. All right. So another challenge is about the data imbalance. So based on our statistic, there are about 10% is the positive case. So that means over 90% is negative case. So in the traditional way, we use the focal loss or class weight to adjust our model prediction. But in our work, we use the large language model to help us to generate synthetic data to help model to learn the small case. Okay, so this is the whole picture. All right, so here I show you the result. So you can see we compare multiple state-of-the-art language model. For example, the BioBird, BioTransformer, or Gathertron. And after our many-step process, so our method can achieve the best result in the Shuanghe data set. It's a retrospective data set and under the tenfold cross-validation. Okay, the data set is about 200,000 data, okay? And we also do the prospective and external validation. So here we also use the MIMIC4 as the external validation data set, and another hospital called Xinguang Hospital. And also we, as I mentioned before, the model has already deployed in the Shuanghe Hospital. So we also do the prospective validation here. So here you can see the performance is stable compared to the original development data, okay? All right, so the left-hand side, I demoed the real system. Now we deploy the AI-DE system in the Shuanghe Hospital, his system, okay? So after the doctor key in the chief complaint and then just click the button, and the window pop out is show you the prediction result about the lab, whether the patient need to do the lab or X-ray or CT and so on. Okay, and the last step, we need to prove the prediction result is stable. So we do the explainable AI for AI-DE. So as you can see here, this is the original chief complaint, and after prediction, and we fit into the explainable AI. Here we use the Llama 70B for the explainable AI and interact with the prediction model we trained before. So here we output the Mandarin Chinese description to describe why the patient need to do the CT exam. And also we can output the English one. All right, so I think this is the last slide I wanted to share. So now we are under the trust analysis. So we have already invited several doctors to help us to do the conduct the experience. And the last challenge I would like to rise up is about the decision-making behavior will be changed or not. Because if today the AI-DE is very accurate, can tell doctor the patient no need to do the CT, but maybe the doctor original want to the patient to do the CT scan, but how many doctor will trust the AI-DE and to change the decision-making behavior? That is the big challenge we now facing. Okay. All right. Thank you for listening, and this is my short talk. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for Professor Zhang's presentation. I have a question I want to ask you. When you deployed your AI module into the hospital information system, how many clicks, or I mean, how many physician clicks the button, maybe per month? Can you provide this data to us?
Okay, thank you, Professor Lin's very professional question. Okay, be honest. So this is the very initial state. So yes. Very few click. So that means very few doctor use the AI-DE because after tracing the log, we find out per month it's about 100.
100?
100
okay.
click. Yeah, 100 click.
So maybe only 1% or 5%.
Yeah. So because
now we need to face the challenges. So the president of our university have already announced every doctor in the strong hospital emergency department need to click the AID.
Okay, so I think we need the expert from implemental science. So, Hooi-Min, do you want to provide some comment about that? How to increase the behavior to click the button?
To click the button.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentations and very impressive. A lot of data. One question is, you are using the LLM, and how you benchmark the accuracy, because you are kind of like doing all the diseases, right? Yeah, not specify any specific disease.
Okay, it's about performance, right? Yeah, as I mentioned before, here we use the data from Shuanghe Hospital here. Yeah, and it's a retrospective data. We collect about 3 years, and the data size is about 200,000. Okay, and we use the data and to test all of the model we can develop. And here we can see the performance is 0.7 with the F1 score. Yeah, under the tenfold cross validation. Yeah.
So did you like perform any prospective validation? I mean,
yeah, prospective validation. As I mentioned, now is very initial state. So we only collect about 12,000 data from March to May this year. So this is the prospective data we used. Yeah.
So did you kind of find out whether the test is really indicated, which means with the case that you analyze using LLM and the results that recommended? So did you cross-check whether the results is really indicated, or sometimes it's like unnecessary investigation?
Yeah, yes. Now we just check it. Yeah, but now today I not show you the results. So now we just collate the result here and the analysis. How many? The prospective analysis. How many cases we predict correct or not? Yeah.
Yeah, great. Looking forward for the results, because I was just thinking whether when you recommend the test, and whether is there any unnecessary test that being recommended by the AI if it is too sensitive. Another question is very interesting to see your outcomes looking at the decisions making behavior pattern, and how did you measure that? I think that is quite tricky to measure the clinical decisions between patients and the doctors.
Okay, it is actually, to be honest, it's quite difficult. Yeah, so we currently discuss with the doctor. So now I cannot answer your question. So I don't have an idea to do it. Maybe I need to ask you to give me some suggestion for that. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, maybe audience can give prompts to Professor Zhang. Thank you. Okay, next I will introduce a very young rising star from our team, Dr. Wei-Ting Liu. He's a cardiologist, and because this work is come from my team, so I cannot provide some comment. So, but I hope anyone can. I hope we can use this study to emphasize the importance of if we found false positive cases, that we found a lot of false positive cases in community, what action we needed for these cases. So welcome, Wei-Ting Liu. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your introduction. And thank you for all the distinguished guests for sitting to the last speak. And I'm a cardiologist, so I would like to use the AI-ECG model to predict incident LV dysfunction. And we want to use the powerful large language model to find some maybe therapy for the follow-up action for this high-risk patient. And we would also like to screen and prevent the heart failure in my daily clinical practice. And we see many patients like they had a heart failure risk factor, but they don't have any symptom. This patient had a higher risk of progression to heart failure in the future. And now guideline will suggest that we need to control their blood pressure. If they had diabetes, we can prescribe a SGLT2 inhibitor. If the patient had a cardiovascular disease, we just manage the cardiovascular disease. And also, if the patient need to be screened, we can try to use the natriuretic peptide like BNP or proBNP or other variable risk score to predict whether the patient had a high risk of future heart failure. However, there are some limitation to this screening tool, like the risk score. We need a lot of blood tests for input to calculate their risk. And for the BNP, they may be affected by many confounding like obesity, renal dysfunction, atrial fibrillation. And if you want to use echocardiogram to all the patients, it will be too costly and it required expertise to do it, so it's not scalable. So we now had the AI-ECG model to detect or predict LV dysfunction. So we want to use this digital biomarker to identify this patient at risk. And we also developed one AI-ECG model to detect LV dysfunction in our hospital. And we can see that the AUC is around 0.88, and the positive predictive value in the hospital setting is about 20 to 30%. So there will be a lot of false positive cases, about 60 to 70%. However, when we follow up these patients in the last maybe 5 to 7 years, we can see that this patient with initially no more LV dysfunction, no more LVEF, but AI say it's high risk. This patient will have a higher risk of future LVEF decline. So maybe we think that the AI-ECG prediction is not identify the patient had an LVEF decline right now. It's predict the future risk. So this patient will need more examination and need more follow-up for their future risk. And so in this small project, we want to know that the prediction is still validated when we apply this model to external hospital, and what is the mechanism, what is the ECG pattern, so the doctors will believe in this AI prediction. And the final one is the most important one. What is the next action if the patient had been identified as a high risk? What we can do, like a therapy or like action to do it to reduce the risk. And aside from our hospital, we also apply this model to other 7 hospitals, and there are about 37,000 patients for evaluation. And we can see that as the AI-ECG prediction goes up, the future risk also goes up very well. So it's like a digital biomarker. We can see this is a very powerful tool to predict the patient had a future risk. And we can see the ECG parameters and the morphology change if the AI predict is a high-risk patient. The heart rate will be higher and the QTC will be longer. And we can see, especially in the QTC segment or the STT change, this will be the typical pattern for early signs of LV remodeling. So if a doctor see this kind of pattern, you could believe the AI prediction is accurate, and you could do some action after this prediction. And later on, because there are no evidence of medication that it could be treat this high-risk patient for future LVEF decline. So we interact with the GPT and tell them to provide like a promising medication for this patient, and we collect them and we analyze them and find out most of the medication are well-known heart failure medication. However, they are not proved to treat patients with at-risk heart failure. But in this population, AI identify high risk, the ACE inhibitor and ARB might be associated with a lower risk after adjust for multiple confounders. And of course, we want to use a more stricter analysis to see whether the association remain. So we use the Taki trial emulation to exclude the prior use to see whether the patient used a new user for ACE inhibitor ARB that really associated with a lower risk of future LVEF decline. So, and we can see that only in the AI-ECG high-risk group, they have a lower risk of a future LV decline when they are under ACE inhibitor ARB compared to the non-user. And the effect is not seen in the overall population and no in the AI-ECG low-risk group. And of course, the mortality also reduced, but it's not different between the high-risk group and the low-risk group. And the performance is similar between the subgroups. And as a digital biomarker, we want to know whether if we treat the patient with the higher threshold or higher prediction value, the effect should be higher. So we also analyze that if the patient predict the higher value by the AI, and the medication therapy might be more beneficial to this patient. So this is our brief summary. We used an AI-ECG model to predict the patient had a higher risk of future LV decline, and we try to find out some medication for this patient, and we think that there might be some reminder for the physician that if the patient raised high risk by the AI, if the patient had a hypertension, or maybe the patient had a diabetes, and they are not taking ACE inhibitor ARB right now, maybe it will be the indication or maybe a good choice for the patient to lower their future risk. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for thanks for Wei-Ting's presentation. Any audience want to ask question or Brian, I think.
Yeah, really interesting presentation. I'm just wondering if there's also potential to incorporate other kind of factors, other variables into the model, you know, for example, medication adherence or problems with controlling fluid and weight and other factors like that, because those are also going to be important determinants of risk, aren't they? Or certainly risk of hospital readmission.
Thank you for your recommendation. And during this analysis, we try to account for all possible confounders like their medication, commonly like SGLT2 inhibitor, like beta blocker, and like their echocardiogram parameters. We try to balance all these factors between these two using our hospital data. But some of them, like you just mentioned, their fluid intake or their daily activity is not easy to be captured by the hospital system. So I think maybe the next step will be like a trial to see whether this patient captured by the AI could be modified, like we monitor their healthcare, modify their lifestyle intervention, or we prescribe medication for them, whether it will really lower their future risk. It will be a prospective intervention trial.
Yeah, because it seems to me that's an issue that we've come back to several times during the day, that it's great to have nice models which predict risk, but it's in terms of making a difference and influencing the care pathway, then being able to identify factors which can be altered, like people's lifestyle or their medication adherence. Ultimately, those factors are going to be really, really important. So rather than seeing those as confounders, potentially seeing these as other determinants which could then be altered and influenced in a positive way in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And that's why we try to find some possible medication. It's not the only solution, but because when we treat patients with hypertension, there are many choices. They are all class 1 choices, but sometimes the doctor will choose ACE inhibitor ARB. Some patient will choose calcium channel blockers. There are no right or wrong, but maybe this will be one of the choices for them.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, it's fine. Because we need to close this symposium maybe at 5 o'clock, but we still have an a closing remark. So maybe we need to welcome the Deputy Superintendent Lin. He will give us the closing remark. Give the pounds to Dr. Liu.
Thank you very much, all our dear colleagues and distinguished guests. We still have 1 more minute. The reason why we need to conduct this symposium is that we should let our government know that the strategy use AI for screening is very, very important. So. Fortunately, because the Minister of Healthcare was not here this morning, so he will give me an opportunity that I can explain him about the screening strategy in the following weeks. So that's a good news for us. And I hope with today's discussion, we have more insight on how to screen it efficiently, especially for economics, for behavior, implementation science. I think we will have very good and fruitful future result in the near future. And thank you very much. And also thank you all our distinguished audience for your participation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us today. And this concludes our conference. We wish you all the best. Thank you.